All right, guys. Well, I'm going to turn on the chat so you can tell me where you're joining from. I'm super excited um, to have you here. Let me know in the chat where you're joining from. Are you in Canada or maybe you're overseas? And we're going Morocco, Laura. Oh, wow. Serbia. Wow, I love Serbia. Brampton, Toronto, Vancouver. Wow. Oh my gosh, it's pouring now. We have so many attendees and I'm so excited to welcome you here. We have a lot of things in a store for you guys today. And we're going to start now. So this is a 3-day summit. We're going to talk about permanent residence today. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about work permits and temporary residence, spousal open work permits, and all that kind of stuff. And then on third day, we're going to talk about all the pilot programs and kind of out-of-the-box pathways and PNPs. We're going to start now. Indonesia, wow. We had a little bit of a trouble of streaming this to YouTube, which I really wanted to stream this to YouTube because we had so many registrants that we were worried that not everyone will be joined. So hope I will figure it out as we go. But either way, there will be a recording of this, so you can definitely rewatch it or, kind of scroll to the topic that is of your interest. So let's start. Let me just quickly share a little bit of our agenda, and we're going to start with talking about Express Entry and CC. We have lots of speakers today, and generally over 3 days, you're going to see more than 20 licensed immigration consultants, which is crazy. After each day, so we're going to run 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern, and after each day, you're going to be able to ask us questions. So we will every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have a, one second. We're going to have a session where you can ask questions and you get your answers. So please make sure that throughout the day you leave your questions in the chat box. What are we going to talk about today? Today, we're going to be talking about Express Entry in 2025. So we'll talk about CC. I'll have my guest speaker, Cory Weber from Weber Immigration. That's our company. My name is Olena, and Cory and I, we are licensed immigration consultants, and Cory will be talking today about CC. Now, we will have another immigration consultants join to talk more about Express Entry targeted draws, and generally, what do we expect from Express Entry in 2025? It's very pressing question. And then we will be talking about spousal sponsorships this year because spousal sponsorships are hot this year. Lots of you guys want to sponsor your spouses to come to Canada as economic immigration becomes a little bit more challenging. So we really want you to know your options when it comes to spousal sponsorships. And then, of course, we'll be talking about refusals for primary residence because I really want you guys to be aware of any risks for refusals because I will be honest, government is getting very, very serious this year. They're really scrutinizing all the applications. So especially if you are in Canada and you have that pathway to apply for permanent residence in the next several months, I want you to take this seriously and really know all of the kind of pitfalls, right, that you can experience throughout the process so you don't get refused. And at the end of the day, around 2 p.m., we're going to have our Q&A. All right. So let me see what we have here. Okay, so we'll start with our first speaker, Cory. Do you want to come on and we'll introduce you and we'll start talking about Express Entry in 2025 and CC draws. Cory, hi, how are you doing today?
Hi. Really good. How are you?
Good. All right, so thank you so much for joining today. So Cory specializes in express entry, CC applications, just general express entry applications, as well as spousal sponsorships. But today we're talking about CC specifically because we do really believe that 2025 will be a hot year for CCs. So just to bring everybody up to speed, and I know that we have some of you joining here from overseas. I can see Kenya, I can see Nepal, I can see Dubai, Philippines, Ethiopia, Malawi, Nigeria, but also we have lots of you joining from Hamilton, which is like literally 20 minutes that way. We have Saskatoon, we have Newmarket, Oakville, oops. So a lot of you who are already in Canada probably have very good idea how express entry works. We're not going to go into the basics of express entry because if you want to learn about the basics, you absolutely can. There's more than enough information online about the basics of express entry. What we really want to focus on today is giving you really valuable information on what you're probably not going to find anywhere else, right? So just so you understand, express entry, generally speaking, it's a points-based system for immigration applications for permanent residence. And generally we have 4 different categories that Canadian government is selecting people from express entry pool. So we have 4 categories or 4, I guess, draws that Canadian governments are doing. So the first is a general draw. So think about it as a big pool of candidates. Everybody has a score. Some people have 300 points, some people have 500 points, some have like 450 points. And general draws is when Canadian government does the draws, like usually it's once a month, once, in a while. There's no set schedule. And then they just pick, they say, okay, we pick everybody who has more, everyone who has more than 500 points, or whatever it is, right? So that's general draws. Then we have CC draws. So CC is draws specific to Canadian experience class. So people who have Canadian work experience. So that's when government draws people and say, okay, today we draw everybody who has Canadian work experience and falls under CC category. And let's say everyone who has 500 whatever points, we're going to draw, right? Then we have PNP draws. So that's everybody who have been already nominated by Canadian provinces. And then we have targeted draws, which are very specific draws that are specific to skills or occupations or language knowledge to specific people. So we're going to be talking about some of these draws today, but with Cory specifically, we're going to focus on CC draws. So again, people or candidates who have work experience in Canada and fall under CC category. Within this, within today, we're going to be talking also about targeted draws. So that's our next session. So right now, me and Cory are going to cover CC draws. And then in about 45 minutes, we're going to start talking about targeted draws as well. So when we're talking about CC draws, that's probably most useful to people who are already in Canada or have had a Canadian work experience. You guys probably know how it works. So what we're going to do, we're going to focus on the most pressing questions. We don't have like a lot of time. We really want to give you only valuable pieces of information. So we're going to focus on super important questions here. So before we go through, several questions we wanted to discuss today, I want you to look into the statistics or the really just a breakdown of how the draws have been looking like this year, right? So starting January 1st, 2025 up until today, what is it today, April 29th, this is what we've had. So we've had express entry draws, and with express entry draws, we can see that the first draw was PNP program, and then shortly after January 8th, we had Canadian Experience Class program, and then another Canadian Experience Class program. You can see the first column, that's how many invitations to apply were issued. So you can see that, that in January, we have many invitations to apply issued under Canadian Experience Class, CC. And we see that it was, really good months for CC. Then as we go forward, we can again see provincial nominee program. So that's all those people who got provincial nomination already from the provinces. And then we again see in February, Canadian experience class, 4,000 people. And, things were looking great until they really stopped doing any CC draws, right? So the last CC draw that we essentially had, it was February 5th, which was a while ago, and the points were 521. Started up right after that, after February 5th, we had no CC draws, and we had only PNP and only French proficiency, language proficiency draws, which we will talk about. We have our RCIC Jean, who will talk about that in about 40 minutes from now. So what we can see in terms of CEC is that it's been paused, right? And lots of people asking this question us, like on our Instagram account and all of our social media, is that when is the next CEC draw? And they're just concerned about the pause. So let's step back kind of and see, okay, like what has been happening and what we project of going to happen with CEC and where we are at. So if you are in Canada, you have Canadian work experience, listen to the next 15 minutes now, because it's super important information that myself and Cory are going to discuss. So, Cory, now, immigration is always super tight with politics. Yesterday we had an election in Canada. We stayed up till late, and we were watching the super tight race between the Liberal Party and Conservative Party. And we, as of right now, know that Liberals won the race. And the first question I have to you is basically, what does that mean for CEC draws under express entry and just generally for express entry?
So with the Liberal win, it is a win for them. They didn't really do as well as they had hoped. I guess they were hoping for what they call a majority government. In the end, it looks like they're going to end up with a minority government. So what does it mean for express entry and for immigration as a whole? Honestly, probably not a lot of changes. I think that's the kind of thing we can learn from what they said during their campaign leading up to the election. Mark Carney, who's now the prime minister, basically said that like they're not going to change a lot of things. It's going to be kind of status quo, and we're not going to see the massive, larger immigration numbers. We're not going to see less numbers. They already have a plan in place. They've had this plan, because they've been the leading government for the last 10 years or 9 years. So they already had kind of plans in place, and I think that we will just see them continue to carry out their plans as they were going, right? So the major changes we saw in immigration was kind of last year, the numbers that they were, or I guess earlier this year, the numbers for this year had already been set, for example, right? They already had a certain amount of permanent residents that they were going to take, and I think they're just going to stick with that plan. And I don't think we're going to see a huge change in numbers and in really anything. So the hope is that with the Liberals winning, that there is that consistency now. Because I know there's a lot of people out there like wanting their, Canadian experience class, points, and they're sitting there in the pool and like, when is it gonna happen? And so I think that's the hope for people, is that now that okay, fine, the Liberals have won, let's get back to doing some draws here and get to some consistency. When it's like every 2 weeks, let's have a draw and get back to that normalcy. I think the election kind of has thrown that into upheaval, and you were just showing that we haven't had a CEC draw since February. So I do think that with the win for the Liberals, I do think we will see somewhat more consistent draws now that they have somewhat of a mandate. The thing is that the thing to keep in mind in general is that with minority governments, they tend not to last that long most of the time. So we could be sitting here in a year from now having another election potentially. So it's good news for right now. Hopefully we can get some consistency, but we might be thrown into upheaval again before we know it. So let's enjoy it while we can, I guess.
Yes, for sure. And I think, yeah, that's a really good point that if it is a minority government, which now is pretty much confirmed, right, that it's going to be minority, then that means that I think on average, minority government lasts for about a year. I think that's very, very rare that minority government lasts more than like a year and a half. I think that was official statistics. So
The election,
that means,
how it ran was that the conservatives were close, right? They were a close second.
yeah.
And then you have basically it was a two kind of party race. So with that, with that, it's going to be very, let's just say heated in the House of Commons, if you will. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the sitting government right now, the Liberals. The Conservatives are going to be like breathing down their neck for the next like long period of time. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see in terms of politics how it goes. But for express entry, yeah, we could be seeing another election before we know it.
Yes, for sure. But one thing, what you mentioned is that I really do think that for specifically immigration aspect and for express entry draws, the fact that Liberal won kind of like is a sigh of relief because we know that the draw, like they're going to stick to the plan as you said, and the draws are going to come. So now the next pressing question, which we kind of covered on, but I swear that we receive this question on our Instagram account about 100 times a day. When is the next CC draw? So what do you think?
That's a very good question. And yes, like we hear it about 500 times a day. Every time I have a consultation, that's all people want to know. When's the next draw going to happen? And the answer is nobody knows for sure. Unfortunately, we just can't predict these kinds of things. But it should be soon. Let's put it that way. I think like with the election now behind us, I think, like I said, I think we should be getting back to some sort of normalcy. I mean, the pool of candidates is only growing and people getting like having major anxiety about this. So I think if the government was smart, they're gonna start doing these draws before people start freaking out, right? So I think the answer to the question is gonna be that I think within May we'll start to see them again. Let's just say historically we know that July is most often the hottest month for immigration historically. When we look at 2024, I think it was like there's over 10,000 or 15,000 invites in just July alone of 2024. So I think that if you're sitting there in the pool and you're waiting, look for July to be a hot month. But I think we can start to see them any day now, honestly. I think that now that the election is kind of over, we should, the government maybe feels a bit more comfortable now to continue just the plan as normal, right?
Yep.
And start having these draws again. It removes all that doubt of will they be the leading party or not? And so yes, I think let's say May. My prediction is going to be in May we will have a CEC draw in this month of May for sure. That's my prediction.
Sounds good. I like that prediction because we're long overdue. So that leads me to my next question. So what would be the score for CC when the draw comes? Meaning, like everybody wants to know, like, is my score good? If I have 520 points, is it good? If I have 490 points, is it good? So what do you think in terms of the score? Because we've had changes recently for those who have not been following, even though I'm sure you have been, that we had job offer points removed from express entry, which means that the whole dynamic of the pool has changed. And that means that the next CC draw is going to be pretty loud and scandalous because that would be the first draw after the job offer points are removed, which means that theoretically, hypothetically, the points cutoff should go down. So what do you think? What is the good score for CC?
So, like you said, it's gonna like that first draw is gonna tell us a lot. Number one, as you mentioned, that the points have been the 58 points for having a job offer have been removed. The last draw, as you pointed out in the beginning, was 521, and that 521 points. That was the last draw, which included people that had those job offer points. And so then once they remove those 50 points, yes, we do expect that 521 to come down. But at the end of the day, when we look at the levels in the pools right now, there's still 20,000 people sitting in the pool of candidates total all over, from around the world that are sitting above 500, 20,000, which is still a big number, right? So even when they do start doing CEC draws, again, if they're going to take like 3,000, 4,000 at a time, that would mean then that 20,000 people who are above 500 will slowly be drawn, which means the points are not going to come down to like 500 overnight, right? They're not going to take a huge draw of 20,000 people. So that means that I think we can safely assume that the points will come down like 517, 515, 510, 509, and over a few draws, it will slowly come down into the 500, the low 500s. So right now, a score above 500 is still good right now. If you're sitting there at like 510, 515, you're in a good position right now. That's a very good position, let's say. If you are sitting in the 490s, I think you could still be hopeful. It remains to be seen how many draws they're doing, how many people are being drawn in each how many people are being invited in each draw. So are they having huge 5,000 numbers of invites? That would be good news for people in the 490s to see, because then that would mean there lots of people are being drawn, and that would be great. Hopefully the scores are getting down into those 490s. If you're sitting in the 460s, 70s, 80s, I think you need to work on bumping your scores up. So I would think that if possible, work on whatever you can to get yourself back into that, hopefully into those 500s, I would say. As a bare minimum, like I'm talking to people and they're like, will you help me? I tell most people, if you're in the 500s, I will gladly take you as a client. Because that means I think you can be confident with that score of 500 plus that you can see CEC draw this year for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think 500 plus is like pretty good. 490, that's questionable. But yeah, I definitely think, and I don't think when we have the first draws for CC, I don't think necessarily we're going to have this like miracle points go down, right? Is it the same way that you mentioned that it's going to be slowly coming down. So definitely the higher your points are, the more likely you not only get invited, but also the faster you're going to get invited, right?
You have to also remember that as time has gone on since February, since the last draw, more and more people are hitting that 500 level, right? They're either getting their 2 years experience, or they're working on their English, or hitting, whatever it might be, and increasing their score. So the pool is only getting more and more people in it above 500, right? So it's not like it's shrinking right now. It's growing. The amount of people in the pool is always growing, right? So
Exactly.
that's something to watch for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. All right. Now, so what CC applicants that are currently in the pool, so those people that are already in a pool, what they should be doing right now? So let's say we have these consultations, you have these consultations all the time. I'm in a pool, I have 492 points. Can you take my case? Can you sign me up? Can you prepare me for the draw? Like, what do you think just generally CC applicants should be doing right now?
So you should just the first thing would be to, like, as you have right there, make sure you're not leaving any points on the table. That means making sure your profile is in correctly. You're not missing some, information in there that you needed to have. Making sure you have, like, if it's foreign experience, you have all your dates correct. Everything is in there, right? Your points are maximized, right? If you expect to have 3 years of foreign experience in your profile, make sure you do so and you're getting the points for it. So having that profile correctly done. I hear it all the time. People they'll book a consultation with me. They say, I have 468 points. And then we talk about it. And then I found, actually, you're sitting at 502 because you forgot this or you didn't do that. And they're like, oh my gosh, so making sure your profile is in correctly, making sure you have all your dates and your, everything done correctly. That's number one. Number two of not leaving points on the table. I know people don't want to hear it and they hate to talk about it, but it's English scores. Always is almost every consultation I have. People say, like, how do I get better score? English is the answer in most cases. And trying to prepare for your English test, go do it again, hitting that like CLB levels, that the higher CLB levels, whether it's CELPIP or IELTS or whichever test you're hitting. you know, taking it again, I know it sucks and nobody likes to do it. It's not a fun process doing English tests, but it is the single most impactful thing you can do to help yourself, is to work on your English and constantly try and improve your scores in English. It's the difference, in some cases, it's the difference between that 470, 480 and into the 500s, right? So a lower score, you're sitting 470, 480. And then if you hit that CLB level into the, you know, CLB 9 level kind of thing, yeah, you can be jumping right up into the 500. So it could be the difference between permanent residence and just sitting in the pool for an extra year. So that's one thing to work on, obviously. And yeah, like getting your employment letters and documents ready for the, and you know, hopefully you're going to get that invite soon. That would mean, you know, you have 60 days to apply once you are invited, right? So you have to get to work, and you can start some of that stuff early, right? If you have foreign employment that you're using to claim points for foreign employment, absolutely, you can go get those documents ready now. You don't have to wait for the invite to do that. So talking to your employer back home, making sure you have all your pay stubs and tax documents and anything else you have from your foreign employer, you know, relieving letters and job offers and contracts, everything. You can get all that ready now. There's no need to have like a fresh date on it, right? If you're not working at that place anymore. So yeah, having all that ready and just making sure again that your profile's in and it's correct and everything is done, and you're working on, you know, the things that you can control, which would be your level of English, and you know, optimizing your profile, making sure everything is done correctly, basically.
Yeah, I think it's very important to mention here is in terms of like getting your employment letters and documents, is that how many times we've had people receiving invitation to apply, coming to us, like booking consultation, saying like, I received invitation to apply. And then we're like, okay, you know, now you need an employment letter or employment documents or whatever the case is from your employer. And they're just simply not able to get it or not able to get it on time. And essentially, we've had, you know, just many times when the person literally cannot proceed with invitation to apply. So they've been sitting in the pool and waiting for this for a year, possibly 2 years. Finally, and they were not doing anything about it. Finally, they got the invitation to apply. They got 60 days to get their documents correctly. And then they're like, oh, I didn't know that I need this. Now I cannot actually accept this invitation to apply because I don't have what it takes to prove the points to actually apply, right? And we have it so often, and it just breaks my heart because I understand that it could have been so easily prevented. So if you do have, I would say like 490 plus points, then your focus should be getting your documents ready and simultaneously trying to increase your points and checking your profile, because it's just important to have it ready when you get your invitation to apply. Yeah. All right, guys. So we're going to take a couple of questions. Also, just letting you know that we will be sending out emails with the promo codes, how you can book consultations either with us or with another RCIC, other participants. So yeah, our promo code is Summit. I'm going to drop the link in the chat if you want to use it. Absolutely no pressure, but that's just something that we came up with last minute today. So let's take a couple of questions. And obviously, because the topic was CC, we're going to keep it like themed, and we're going to take kind of CC related questions. So let me just go to the chat. All right. Let me just see. All right, so I'm in a pool with 485 points. Do I have, I'm an ECE, so early childhood educator, and I have 485 in express entry pool. Do I have any chance?
Yes, you have a great chance. I think ECE is targeted, is it not?
Yeah, CCs are under new. So that's our next topic for the
Different
next
topic.
speaker. But ECEs, that's a new category for educational draws,
Yeah.
like targeted draws. So that looks pretty good, yeah.
So definitely a good as long as you have the the required 6 months experience that you need in that profession, and that's your knock code, and yeah, then at 485 ECE experience, yes, with a very good chance. You just need to wait for those targeted draws, which obviously we're going to talk about later today. And yeah, at 485 you should get an invite. I think health I'm sorry, education, we haven't had any draws yet, so we don't know necessarily where the points will be. But I think if we can compare it to health, like health are always around 450 to 460, somewhere there. So I think that education should be around there too, if that's my prediction. So I think at 485, yeah, a very good chance, as long as you're eligible for that, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. There are, like, just note, stay for another session, like for the next one, because there are eligibility requirements to be part of the targeted draw. So it's not only your occupation, there are other things to it, right? So, but yeah, like preliminary, you should be good. Of course, the higher, points, the higher chances you get. All right, now there is a question. So, my 1 year of Canadian work experience will be completed on June 9th. Can I edit and resubmit my express entry application on June 9th? And then will I be eligible for CC? Or should I wait for an extra month and do it in July?
No, so get your profile, get it in now, put your experience, like if you have a profile, update it, put your experience in right now as ongoing experience. Because if there is a draw, if if your points are high enough and you're lucky enough to get an ITA, you can still get that ITA early before you hit that even 1 year technically. Because the way that the system works is just a computer program, and it's just a month to month kind of measurement of your 1 year. So you can potentially, and we see it all the time, get an invitation before you even hit that 1 year mark, right? Because the computer doesn't know when exactly you're hitting June 9th, right? You're not putting the exact date in there. So it's just a computer program. So in the month of May, you would find that, oh, hey, the system says I already have 1 year. That's great. So in the month of May, you would be eligible into draws. You could get an ITA. The trick would be just to not obviously don't push that submit button until you actually do hit that 1 year of work experience, right? So you can't apply before you hit that 1 year. And that would, the 60 days you do get to apply, you just have to calculate, okay, am I going to be able to apply within that 60 days? And is it going to be after my 1 year? So make sure that you're applying after you hit 1 year. But yes, get yourself into the pool of candidates right away, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, there is a question. So for question from French speaker, you should stay for the next session because the next session will be about French speakers. Okay, lots of questions about, so I can see that we have some attendees that are, like, of course, from overseas. So lots of questions about, like, how do I get a job offer from overseas? So tomorrow we will be talking about that. So if you are overseas or in Canada and you want to extend your work permit or get a work permit, tomorrow is a session for that. But just to kind of address and pre-handle expectations is that we're not providing job offers. We're not working with employers. We're not selling job offers. We're not doing anything that's related to job offers. So you would be required to find your employer on your own. If you ever being asked to pay for a job offer, then that means you're being scammed. So just letting you know that, you should not ever pay anyone for any job offers. But if you have Canadian employer or have a very big desire to find Canadian employer, apply for jobs, or maybe you already, have something lined up, then tomorrow we'll have the session to explain you how you can actually get a work permit if you have a Canadian employer who is willing to support your work permit application. application, whether through LMIA or through LMIA exempt means. Okay, let's take another question. So you mentioned that people being in the high 480s, 515. What about people in 350 range? So what do you say about people in 350, Cory?
You have to think about other drastic ways to increase your score. It's not going to just be language. You have to consider what you're getting points for. In those 350 level, you have to consider, like if it's just high school education, maybe getting more, education based, and obviously working on gaining extra years of experience, eligible experience, whether that's foreign or Canadian. Because the points, 350 is not going to be cutting it, unfortunately, anytime soon. And even like historically, I don't think we've seen too many draws in that low. So you have to really consider education, continuing employment, getting more years of employment, foreign and Canadian, if possible. And just, yeah, trying to find out, pathways that would make sense. If you're going to look at education, for example, kind of targeting occupations that will be in demand in Canada, for example, right? Always healthcare trades, those kind of things are great positions to have. So yeah, working on that kind of stuff would help.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, very good question from Gihani. My Canadian education points are not being added in my Express Entry profile. What should I do? I even submitted a web form. Cory, what do you say about that?
Well, you need to understand why. So there's like some things, there's a mistake there. Something is wrong. It's hard to know exactly what it is, but there's definitely it could be something wrong with your dates. It could be something wrong with the information from maybe your WES is incorrect information
It's
there,
Canadian
or
education.
oh, sorry, Canadian, yeah. So then maybe your DLI, something wrong with the information, and double check everything is correct, I guess. Understand that, if you have dates wrong, or if you click the wrong drop down, like what kind of education is this? And if you put it in as like high school and you meant to put it as college, like a 2-year program, make sure you have everything in there absolutely correct. Double check. And yeah, that would be, it's hard to know exactly without seeing it what is wrong, but generally, like again, it's a computer system that is generating the points. So most likely there is some error in that, right? Because the computer system is just not recognizing it. So yeah, double check everything is done correctly. Triple check.
Sounds good. All right, another person, Krunal, I'm at 495. What do you think about the chances at 495?
I think it's tough to say exactly. Like I'm hopeful for people in the 490s, right? I really am. And I think it's just going to be a wait and see sort of thing. If you have the time to wait and kind of, I'd say like after this summer, basically, or July, August, you'll have a really good idea. Like time will tell for the people in the 490s. Coming out of July and August, you will definitely know if you need to do something to try and improve that, or if you can sit there and wait in the 490s. Right now, it's just early. We're just not seeing those CEC draws, so it's tough to understand, how low the points will go. I am very hopeful though for people in the 490s that by the end of summer, going into fall, I think there's a chance for them for sure. Of course, we don't have a crystal ball, so we don't know for sure, but I think there's a good chance.
Well, also, I think it's important to understand, like sometimes we have people in consultations with, like, let's say 496 points, and they already maxed out their English, they already maxed out everything, and there is like literally nothing else they can do this year except like wait and see and hope it's gonna happen. At the same time, we have people who have 496 points that come for consultation, and it's like, oh my gosh, like just go retake English one time, and it's like this, you're going to be in like 520.
See it every day, and I have to like fight with people to get them to go do their English. I know it sucks. Nobody likes it. I understand that. But if it's like, and I see the crazy thing is sometimes it's just like you need half a point in your IELTS just in one, like in your speaking, for example. You're so close. And if you just bump that speaking to a 7, you're going to hit that CLB9 level and your points are going to skyrocket. And people are like, well, I just don't want to do it. Well, too bad. Like, I feel like driving to your house and grabbing you and like taking you to the testing center and just shoving you in there and like, go do it. I know it sucks, but if you're so close, it's the difference. It could be the difference between PR, right? Like maybe the 490s doesn't happen and you're sitting there hoping, you know, and all you needed to do was just one little thing and bump it up that one speaking score and you're going to be like 520. And that's easy to get PR that way. So yeah, it's maddening sometimes, I know. And nobody likes to do the language test, but honestly, it's the #1 factor that can help increase your scores.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And it's just it's relatively a low effort comparing to all the other effort that,
Yeah.
you know, like
Yeah, I know. I talk to people like, well, maybe I'll just go back home. I'll work for 1 year, and then I'll get my points up because I'll have that 1 year of foreign work experience. Like, or you could just go do your language test in Canada, continue working. Like you're willing to just quit your job, go back home, then take the language test, go to the testing center right now and do it. And I get mad.
Totally agree. All right, guys. I know there are a lot of questions. Thanks, Krunal. I know there are a lot of questions, and we are reminding you that at 2 p.m. Eastern, we are going to have more time to answer more of your questions, and we will answer more of your questions. But now let's take a little bit of a break. And we are going to transition to the next session in a bit. We're going to take a break. We're going to thank Cory. Thank you, Cory, for your time. And we're going to transition to the next session, which will be, again, about express entry. It's going to be about targeted draws. We touched a little bit on ECE, who is asking, like, okay, I'm ECE at 485. Can I apply? Like, is it a good chance? And the reality is that yes, because you would be under one of the targeted draws, the chances are, depending on your exact situation. And that's what we're going to be talking about. Also, all the French speakers who are here, if you're outside of Canada, please stay. If you're inside of Canada, please stay, because for French speakers, it's like absolutely crazy opportunities for immigration. So please stay to hear about targeted draws. Thank you so much, Cory, for today. Yeah, guys, if you want to book a consultation with Cory, I'm going to drop a link, but you'll receive an email either way. Let me just do the link quickly right now. I'm not super organized or prepared for this, but so the promo code is Summit if you want to book a consultation. Some people were asking, I assume people from overseas were asking if consultations are free. No, consultations are not free, because generally speaking, just letting you know, guys, like how things work is that if somebody provides free consultation, then not saying that that person doesn't know what they're doing, but probably, you know, free cheese is only in a mousetrap. Like, that's my saying, is that's that's what it is, right? Like, it's, if you're getting something for free, I have a lot of questions about the quality of that. So, you know, because, and that's why we're doing, like, I'm taking 3 days out of my busy schedule to do this event absolutely for free, right? So this is your free stuff. If you want, you don't have to. Consultations with all our speakers, you can book them. We're doing discounts. It's not free. You don't have to do it. You can just get information for free pretty much anywhere online, including this resource. So yeah, thank you so much, Cory. We're going to take a super quick break here, and yeah, and we're going to be back to welcome Eve and Jean, who are our speakers for the next session of express entry targeted draws. And that's going to be exciting ones, because for express entry targeted draws, guess what? You don't need to score 500 plus points, because CC, that's when you need to score 500 plus points. Express entry targeted draws, you may just slide by with much lower scores, but of course, you need to know what to do and how to qualify for those targeted draws. So I'm going to see you soon. We're going to take a super quick break. We're going to see you in about 10 minutes. And meanwhile, I'll try to fix our YouTube because for some reason that didn't work, but I'll try to fix that up. So see you guys in 10 minutes. You can just hang out here, and I'll see you soon. All right, guys. I just wanted to pop in. I have nothing better to do, so I wanted to pop in to say that I figured out YouTube. I'm so happy about that. Turns out I didn't push one button, which was very important. Oops, 1 second. All right, all this tech stuff is figured out. Hello from Bangladesh. Hi. Okay, guys, I'm going to read some questions too, because honestly, God, I have nothing else to do. We have our speakers ready. We're waiting for one more speaker. And in about 8 minutes, we're going to start our next session. I'm going to go through some questions since I just have time and I have my coffee full. So, all right. So, what do we have here? We have Jesse, who is an engineer in Ontario at 499. Work permit expires in October this year. What do you suggest? Okay, so number one, Jesse, I would suggest is exploring what are the ways to actually increase your score, right? And maybe it's possible, maybe it's not, but more often than not, during consultations, we find out ways when it is possible. Because the reality is that it's probably easier to increase your score than fighting any uphill battles with any other, streams or anything like that. And of course, it can happen that the score for CC just drops to 499 and you just get an invitation to apply, without really doing anything and just by having 499. If I were you, I would not take that chance because you have a work permit expiring in October. That means that you better get an invitation to apply by October, because if you do that, then you can apply for a bridging open work permit, right? So what I would do definitely is explore all the possibilities of increasing the score. Cory said, like, nobody likes to hear that, but like if you have decent level of English, you definitely can score CELPIP 10, 10, 10, 10. For some people, it's difficult, but for a lot of people that are working in Canada, you know, you're working as an engineer in Ontario, like I really, really can bet any money that your level of English is really good. And for everyone whose level of English is like half decent, they really can work on maximizing their CELPIP. I prefer CELPIP comparing to IELTS because I see more that people tend to score better in CELPIP than in IELTS. It's subjective opinion, of course, but I really do see a lot of our clients scoring 10, 10, 10, 10 in CELPIP, and that really brings their points up. All you need like 499 and, for example, like 505, that can be a huge difference for you. So definitely I would see what can be done. Also, I would calculate if your scores are even, you know, if you're not leaving any scores on the table in terms of your express entry, I would calculate that, because sometimes we have, like just last year, we had a client who came to us, she had 494 or 496, something like that. And then after one consultation, I was like, yeah, you don't have 494, you have 530 points. And she's like, what? And I'm like, yes, because you didn't realize that you can claim work experience for these periods of time. And she was like, oh, I didn't realize that this is how it works, because it was a little bit of a gray situation, gray area. And guess what? Filed express entry. She's a permanent resident as of right now. She just didn't know that she can claim more points. And that consultation totally paid off, because literally changed her life, because otherwise she would not be able to get an invitation to apply. So my point, long story short, is that sometimes just because you're not aware of where the gaps are in terms of your express entry profile, in terms of your score, then you don't know what decision to make or what action steps to take, because you simply don't have awareness of that, right? Now, on the flip side, it is possible that 499 is your actual max. And we have clients like that, consultations like that, when 499 is like your max. And in this sense, then all you can do is hope for the better, ask your employer for work permit extension through either LMIA or LMA exempt pathways, which we will talk about tomorrow. So yeah, lots of things to think about, but October is really not far away. It's less than 6 months ago, 6 months from now. So definitely I would start actively exploring options. Lots of people in 490s, and yeah, you know, like I feel for you guys. You know, I was immigrating from Ukraine back in 2011, and back in 2011, immigration basically was closing down. So I had zero pathways, and I had good English, I had Canadian education, I had Canadian work experience, I had Canadian employer. I was like 22 years old, and I couldn't understand why there are no pathways for me, right? So I definitely can relate to this, but I can assure you that with persistence, with determination, you will get there. But you just need to figure out all the possible options, lay them out, come up with a strategy, and follow that strategy. All right, what else do we have? I have a score of 500, aiming for French draw. I have the following documents: work contract, reference letter, taxes, entrepreneurial documents, but I have issued invoices and not bank statements. Would that be an issue? So if you are talking about foreign work experience, so not Canadian, then that looks like a very good, definitely very good option, like very good set of documents, provided that those documents are correct, like according to immigration requirements. Like they're, you know how it is. Like it seems like you know what you're talking about, but you know how there are requirements to reference letter, there are requirements to all of these documents, but it does look good. So Cahill, things looking good. Okay, we have our speaker, Jean. Yay. Hi, Jean. How's it going?
Hi, Jordano. I'm good. How about you?
Good, good. Eve also is here. So, hi, Eve. Okay, so these guys are regulated Canadian immigration consultants, my colleagues, and they will be talking all about targeted draws. We actually haven't tested it, but can you guys share your screen? Do you have that ability to share your screen? And yeah, like I'm super excited to. Let me just see. Here we go. I'm super excited to hear about French draws and all the targeted draws. We've had a lot of changes. Yep, we can see a screen, Jean. We had a lot of changes this year, and I think, in my opinion, there were good changes in terms of targeted draws. We had education category added. We had all sorts of changes of occupations. We have French draws are just flying off the charts this year, which are great. So if you are a French speaker, please listen up, because these doors will not be open forever. These doors will close at some point. So this is your literally opportunity to apply for immigration for PR in Canada. So yeah, let's move ahead. And Jean, please tell us all about French draws.
Thank you, Elena. Hi, everyone. To present myself, my name is Jean Khoury. I'm a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. I'm so excited to be in this summit. And as Elena said, I will be talking about the French speaker category. In my opinion, this is one of the most strategic and yet underestimated opportunity in express entry. During this presentation, I will start with a quick overview about express entry, just to make sure that we are talking at the same level. Then we will take a look about the immigration plan for the coming years, and we will take a look about the latest round of invitation for the past 12 months to see the impact of the French on express entry. So I don't know why my screen is not changing, my presentation.
That's okay. Just, yeah, I think you can just leave it like that, maybe. That's fine.
Okay.
There you go.
Great. First of all, to have a quick moment to understand what express entry is. So basically, express entry, it's not a program in itself. It's a system that manages application under three federal economic programs: the CEC, the Canadian Experience Class. This is for people who already have skilled work experience in Canada. The Federal Skilled Worker Program, probably this is the most popular for people applying from outside Canada. And finally, the Federal Skilled Trades Program, which targets tradespeople like electricians, plumbers, chefs, etc. Now, how does the system actually work? So the first thing, we have to be eligible to one of these three programs. After that, we create our profile and we enter the pool. So basically, entering the pool is fairly easy, but the competition, it's to get selected from the pool to receive an invitation to apply for the permanent residency. So once you are in the pool, your profile will be graded and given a score based on several factors, like your age, your level of education, your work experience, language skills, and a few additional elements like having siblings in Canada or Canadian education, etc. So in the past, IRCC used to do mostly general draws. So anyone with a high score, with a score higher than the cutoff score will automatically receive an invitation. But this is not the case anymore. In 2023, IRCC introduced what we call category-based draws. My colleague Eve will be talking more in details about the rest of the draws, but I will be covering the French category, which is one of the biggest category, let's say. So to be eligible for the French-speaking category, first thing you have to be in the pool. So you have to be eligible for one of the three programs. And in addition to that, you need to have a CLB7 in all four language skills, reading, writing, listening, and speaking, either with TEF or TCF. So these are the two recognized French language exams. So basically, that's it. You don't need a job offer. You don't need no Canadian work experience, no specific occupation, just strong French. And also this small detail can unlock a dedicated stream of invitations just for French speakers. So, okay, so now let's take a look about the immigration plan for 2025. Each year, the Canadian government publishes its immigration level plans, which outline how many new permanent residents Canada plans to admit and under which programs. So this is a comparison between the 2024 and 2025 immigration plans. As you can see in red, so the overall immigration target actually goes down in 2025. It's almost 100 or 90,000 permanent residents less than 2024. But despite that, the number of candidates that will be invited through express entry goes up. So this is in yellow. In 2024, express entry was grouped under something called federal high skilled, so it was one category. And in 2025, express entry is split into two categories. In Canada Focus, so this is basically for people already in Canada under the CEC program, and federal economic priorities. So this is cover all the categories, including French. And as you can see, so the French for 2024 is almost 30,000 of 41,000. So having the French skill really give you high chances. So as we can see, this is the biggest category. And in 2027, Canada is expected to reach 31,500 in, so this is almost 10% of the total immigration plan. And the motivation behind this, so this is not random. This is part of a national policy to strengthen Francophone communities outside of Quebec. So express entry is for people who intend to live in any province outside of the province of Quebec. And now we will have a look about the draws, the latest draw during the past 12 months. So the last general draw we saw was on April 2024, the 23rd of April. So this is almost a year ago. And after that, we never saw a general draw again. Let's take a look about the draws. So we can see that the French proficiency, we saw 11 draws during the year. So it's almost one draw per month. And the best thing is that the French language draws have been consistent. We have seen more than 30,000 invitations issued and a score range between 379 and 478. So if you are familiar with the express entry, you will know that 379, it's a really low score. It's almost impossible to get an invitation to apply if it wasn't through the French language draw. Also, to compare the rest of the draws, we saw 13 Canadian experience draw with 35,000 ITAs. So this is expected that the French language and CEC will see the both will see the highest number of invitations. And also something that most people don't realize about French, all you need to have is a CLB 7. So obviously the higher, the better. But all you have to do is to pass the TEF or the TCF exam and have the right scores. You don't have to be a native speaker. You don't even need French as your first language. And as you can see, for sure, it's worth it. So if you are sitting on French language skills or you are thinking of starting the exam process, don't wait. As Olena said, this opportunity won't stay forever, and immigration plans can change without prior notice. So if today you are eligible, you might not be in the coming month or coming year. So you have to take advantage of that. And also another advantages for the French. So beside the French speakers category, the first thing you will receive a bonus CRS score. So if you score a CLB 7 or higher in French, you will receive automatically 25 extra CRS points. And if you combine that with at least CLB 6 in English or higher, your bonus jumps to 50 points. So just imagine having 25 or 50 additional points compared to a non-French speaker. So this is the first thing. The second advantage, French can also unlock provincial nominee programs. So one great example of that is the Ontario French-speaking skilled worker stream. This is a stream linked to Express Entry. So with just the CLB 7 in French and CLB 6 in English, you can be eligible. So even if your CRS score is below what's needed for the federal draw. And if you are interested in Ontario, my colleague Dalia will be covering the Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program on Wednesday at 10 a.m. So definitely tune in for that. And the third, the advantage, so if your French level isn't high enough for Express Entry or PNP, you might still have options. With just a CLB 5 in French, you could qualify for the Francophone Mobility Work Permit. So this is a special work permit that allows Canadian employees to hire French-speaking candidates without needing an LMIA. So this will make the process easier. And so even if you don't have a perfect French, a basic level can still open the door. And my colleague Lawrence will be talking about this program tomorrow at 1 p.m. So also don't miss it if you want to explore temporary work options in Canada. So that was it. That wraps up my part of the presentation. So before we move into the Q&A, just to let you know how I can help you. So as an immigration consultant, I offer different types of support from one-time consultations to full application handling, and even for people who prefer to do their application by themselves, but need a review before submitting their application. I can also help you with that. And also as part of the summit, I've set up a special consultation with a 20% off valid until the summit ends. So you can find the booking link in the chat. And also this is the QR link code for my LinkedIn page. Also feel free to follow. So this was it.
Perfect. Thank you, Jean. Yeah, thank you so much. That was like very interesting. And I think it's just one thing that we need to understand is that French speakers have absolutely like unique opportunity for immigration. And I really think that a lot of French speakers don't realize that. We're going to take questions. Maybe you guys can take questions at the end. And or do you want to take questions now, Jean? What do you think?
What do you think? I don't mind. I can have question now, or I can wait after Eve.
Yeah, let's maybe break it down. Maybe let's do now because I can see a couple of really good questions from French speakers.
Okay, great.
Can you go in the chat box so you can see them as well? I'm not sure. Do you know what is a Iqbal is asking? What is a DELF exam? DELF?
Yeah. So it's in chat or Q&A?
No, it's
Because
in chat.
Okay, so the DELF, it's a French exam, but it's not recognized for express entry. So for express entry, the only two French exams are the TEF and TCF.
Okay. For someone who knows no French at all, how long do you think it would get that person to the French level that it would start benefiting them from like any sort of immigration point of view?
So I think this really depends on every person. Also, it depends on your first language. So for sure, if you speak Spanish or Italian, maybe learning French will be easier than if you are an Arab speaker. So it depends on several factors, but preparing with strategy, because there is a lot of academies that give courses, etc. So I think with the right strategy, it could take maybe around a year. We will have like a competitive score.
Sounds good. Yeah, but it's a lot of effort. Like to be fair, like I've had clients from French-speaking countries who's like they don't know other languages other than French, and they couldn't score CLB 7. And I know it's probably because they didn't prepare well, right? But that just tells you that it's not super easy.
Exactly. But for example, when I passed my exam, first of all, at first I was like stressing because I was afraid I don't have the accent or something like that. But in fact, this is not what we are scored on. So they don't care about our accent. So we have to like stop overthinking. And as I said, with the right preparation, we will know what they are focusing on, and we can improve this area.
Okay, I have a question from Farhina. So I honestly am not sure about the answer to this question myself. I'm wondering if you have any ideas. So if somebody has like a French, who is a French speaker, so they have French proficiency, but their NOC level job is tier 4. So she works, I believe, in Scotiabank in collections as a collector. So is there anything that we can do in that case, like tier 4 job, but is a French speaker?
So as I said, to be eligible for the French speaker category, we have to be first in the pool. So so if she's not eligible for the Federal Skilled Worker Program, neither the CEC, so I think it's
well, it's
hard.
also a question because we don't know the details. So for example, for Hina, like question to you would be, okay, maybe you have other jobs from like back home when maybe you used to work in a NOC, what is it, like 0, 1, 2, 3 or whatever tier. You know, so then you can use those jobs and you don't need to use the tier 4 job. But again, we don't know that. So if the only job that you have is tier 4, then express entry is just not an option. Like I would say, okay, like go get a job in tier 0, 1, 2, 3, and then in 1 year, then you can do express entry. But we need to know more, right? Okay, let's see any other. Why I don't understand why we got into the conversation about DELF because that's the first time I hear about it. So TCF and TEF, like TEF and TCF, are accepted tests. By the way, Jean, what do you recommend, TCF or TEF?
Mm, I honestly I can't compare. So in my case, I did the TEF, and the
Okay.
TCF was still new. So they introduced it, I think, in 2020 or
Mhm.
late 2019. Usually, the majority of my clients are doing TCF. In fact, TEF, I mean. I did TEF also. I think that they are similar. So I don't have any preference for one
Mhm.
over the other, but everyone has its own strategy to prepare.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, let's just see if we have any other questions. Oh, it's more okay. Grass is saying that in Europe, Delft is more popular. That's why people are
And
asking.
also, if I'm not mistaken, DELF, I think also it's recognized for Quebec, if I'm not mistaken.
Quebec,
So
yeah.
this could be also one thing.
Yes, yes. Yeah, but for federal immigration under express entry, obviously it has to be like TAF or
Yeah,
TCF.
this is for sure. It has to be TEF or TCF.
Yeah, and then another thing is just if we compare, like one thing that to note, I don't think you mentioned this in the presentation, maybe you did, is that express entry is for people who want to reside outside of Quebec, right?
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Oh
Uh,
yes.
so-
So yeah, it's just because Gracia from Spain was kind of like mentioning a little bit about that, and I was thinking that okay, like realistically, and of course it's a matter of preference and where do you want to live, but realistically, if I was a French speaker and I had French, I would not go to Quebec. Why? Because immigration there takes 25,000 years. And immigration through express entry takes about 6 months. So I would not go to Quebec, just saying. But yeah, it's just, I really think it's such a great opportunity for French speakers. And we don't know how long it's going to last because these programs, they tend to open, they take a lot of French speakers and government then realizes, okay, we have enough and they close those programs. So if you are a French speaker, definitely get on this opportunity.
And also just to mention that for the time being, the skilled worker for Quebec is still on pause, on hold. So
You
it's
can't
not,
even apply.
no, for the time
Oh,
being, no. So it's supposed until end of June or until further notice. So also we are not even sure that it's gonna reopen or
yeah.
not. But yeah, usually also I advise my clients to go for express entry as plan A. And then if they are not eligible or they don't have a competitive score, we start looking for other options. But if you have a competitive profile for express entry, for me, it's always plan A.
Yeah. Okay, let's take this last question from Pamela. I currently am in Express Entry pool and I have valid CELPIP and valid TCF. My profile shows that I'm eligible for both CC and FSW. Does this mean I'm also automatically eligible for French speaker skilled worker stream?
Well, this will depend on the TCF results because so she passed the first step to be in the pool. So she's eligible for both programs. This is good. And then to be eligible for the French category, she needs to have minimum CLB 7 in the TCF. So she didn't mention if she had the score. Oh yeah, she said CLB 7 both. So yeah, with the CLB 7, and if you are in the pool, you are automatically eligible for the draw. So you don't have to do anything. When IRCC issue the next Francophone draw, if your score is higher than the cutoff score of the round, you are basically automatically invited.
Yeah, makes sense. Also, my question would be that did she enter the pool recently? Because as we showed earlier, like there were a lot of French draws this year already. So did you enter the pool after those French draws already like kind of happened and you just haven't had a French draw? Or was there a French draw and you didn't get an invitation to apply for some reason, right? Because ultimately, you need to make sure, obviously, that your profile is eligible to be picked, right? So if for whatever reason you see that French draws happened and you didn't get that ITA, then something is wrong. So because if you are eligible, then it's like 100% chance you're going to be picked, because, you know, the last score, what it was, like 380 or something.
79, yeah.
70.
Yeah, so this is the lowest score for sure for the last for the draws during the last 12 months.
Yeah.
This is for sure. And also one thing I forgot to mention during the presentation, that we already filled 60% of the quota for the French speakers. So for the future draws, we have no idea if IRCC are going to do like less frequent draws with higher ITAs, or they're gonna do like more frequent draw with less ITAs. But in all cases, if we are not in the pool, we are missing our chance. So
yeah, for sure. No, 100%. People just don't realize that, especially I think people who are overseas, they don't realize the like really that golden ticket that they have in their pocket, that like this can change their full lives, full reality, like change like literally lives of your kids and everything. And a lot of people, you know, like especially back home, you know, they're just thinking that, oh, it's like so complicated. It's actually not. Like you can absolutely, like it's never been easier as a French speaker to come to Canada and in 5 seconds become permanent residents. Well, not in 5 seconds, but it's really never been easier. So I just want to encourage everyone to really get their profiles assessed. Like if you have questions, whatever, just be in the pool. Like just go do TCF if you don't have it, like, or TAF, be in the pool, because we don't know if that's going to be a situation going forward.
exactly.
All right, Jean, thank you so much. So French draws are only like one of the categories of targeted draws that are done under express entry. So we're going to listen about all the other categories. Eve, do you want to tell us what are crazy opportunities immigrants have under targeted categories of express entry?
Hi, Elena. Hi, everyone. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of opportunities for these occupations. Last February, they have actually introduced a new category, which is education, and I will be discussing all of these in my presentation. So
Awesome.
let me just share my screen. Okay. All right. Okay, so again, So thank you, Jean. That was a very informative and helpful primer on the French category. Definitely something to look into, because Canada has been very clear that French language proficiency is a priority. So again, everyone, welcome to day one of the Canadian Immigration Summit, and thank you all for attending. I will be discussing the occupation-based targeted draws, and I promise you this will be a very informative session that can help you plan your future. So first, let me introduce myself. Yeah. So I'm Eve, a licensed immigration consultant in Canada. I'm the CEO and founder of BN Borderless Immigration Services, and we're based in Toronto, Ontario. I specialize in PR strategy and temporary visa applications, but the main thing I want you to know about me is that I'm passionate about educating individuals, especially in PR immigration processes. So this is your future we are talking about. So it's very important that you know the process. And I'm an immigrant myself, and I have been through the process, so I know what you're going through right now and what you will go through. So this is a visual representation of how to know your eligibility for express entry. So it's like a tiered system with category-based selection down there, and then you work your way up to express entry eligibility criteria. So if you're considering category-based selection, you first need to check if you are eligible in one of the categories. So it's either the French category or the occupation-based category. So what are the categories under the occupation-based selection? So we have here healthcare and social services, science, technology, engineering, and math. Those are STEM occupations. We have trade, agriculture and agri-food, and education. So as I mentioned earlier, this was actually updated by our IRCC last February. So it is currently listed in the IRCC website, these occupations in demand. But according to the announcement, although all of these categories are listed in the website, according to the department announcement, the priority categories for 2025 occupation-based are healthcare and social services, trades, and education occupations. So what does that mean? Does that mean that there won't be any draws for agriculture or for STEM, right? So we don't know yet, but that the point is that the priorities are only in those three occupations: healthcare, trades, and education. So maybe once they have filled up the draws for all of these priority occupations or priority categories, they may move on to these other categories or occupations. Okay. So before I mention the requirements for these, I wanted to show you the website for these categories. Let me just, how do I? Okay, let me just share the other screen to show you. Okay, so this is if you want to check out the category-based selection for Express Entry, this is the website. So make sure you're in the official Canada website, that's canada.ca, and you can actually Google Express Entry category-based selection. And in this website, if you scroll down, so these are the current categories, and you just click on which category you want to check out, say for example, healthcare, and it will show here everything, all the NOC codes that are included for that category. So I would explain more on that later. Okay, so let's go to the requirements for occupation-based categories. So this is very important to note. Let's read it first and then we'll break it down one by one. So you must have accumulated within the last 3 years at least 6 months of full-time continuous work experience or an equal amount of part-time in a single occupation on the list in Canada or abroad and be eligible for express entry. So there are a few things to note here. So first, it all boils down to your work experience, right? So you should have at least 6 months continuous work experience. So to be eligible for the occupation-based categories, you only need 6 months. But remember, to be eligible for express entry, for FSW or CEC, you need 1 year of work experience. So I will be showing examples later on how you can combine your work experience to show your eligibility for these occupation-based categories. Now, it should also be full-time or equal amount in part-time. So according to IRCC, they will only consider, what is considered full-time is 30 hours per week. So anything less than that will be considered part-time. Anything more than that will not be counted or added to your work experience. So for example, if you work for 1 week, 30 hours, the next week you work for 15 hours, and then the week after that you work for 45 hours. How will you count that? It will be 30 hours, 15 hours, and 30 hours. It will not go beyond that. So another element is that the occupation should be on the list. So as I have shown you in the website, if you see the categories are general in a way, right? So it's either healthcare, education, trades, and there are a lot of occupations under those categories. But IRCC has a specific list. of occupations that will make you qualify for these occupations. So you should really look into the list on the website to see if your occupation is there. Another element is that your work experience can be in Canada or abroad. So as Olena had mentioned a while ago, the only way for people with skilled work outside of Canada to be eligible for express entry is if you are eligible under a category, right? So either French or occupation-based. So this will be your only way to enter, to be able to get an invitation to apply right now. Because previously, actually when I applied for my PR previously, they were all general draws. So whatever occupation you had, as long as you have 1 year work, at least 1 year work experience, you will get an ITA as long as you have a high score, right? But right now, for FSW, for foreign skilled workers, you need to have a work experience in these priority occupations. And then, of course, the last one, you should be eligible for express entry. So this is important because although the requirement for category base is only 6 months, you need to have a 1 year work experience minimum to be able to enter the pool. So how does that work? So for example, for those with experience in Canada, for CEC, so you can have 6 months of work experience in a priority occupation and then 6 months of work experience in another tier 0, 1, 2, or 3 occupation. So you can combine 6 months here and 6 months in a priority occupation and another 6 months in other tier 0, 1, 2, or 3 occupation. Because for CEC, you can actually combine work experience in these tier categories. But of course, you need to have 6 months at least in the priority occupation. Or you can have, if this is your only job, right? So you can have 1 year, at least 1 year of work experience in that priority occupation. Or for a lot of people who are not in these, who are not working in these priority occupations, for example, you were previously working in marketing, or you were previously working in retail. So these are not priority occupations, right? So how can you enter this pool for the occupation-based category? So a lot of people have pivoted, changed their careers, and added 6 months of work experience in a priority occupation. And so the same for foreign skilled worker, you need at least 1 year. I mean, because the requirement for FSW is that it should be 1 year continuous work experience in a tier 0, 1, 2, or 3. So if this is your only job, so you should have at least 1 year work experience in a priority occupation, or much like in CEC, if you have 1 or more years work experience in another tier 0, 1, 2, or 3 job, you can just add 6 months to have experience in a priority occupation. Okay. So knowing the job title is just the first step. So it doesn't end there. So the main thing that you need to show IRCC when you apply is that you really worked in that occupation. So the way to show this is through your job experience letter or your reference letter. So the officer will look into your reference letter and see if you indeed worked in that occupation by checking it against the National Occupation Classification website. So the website is noc.estc.gc.ca. So you can search by job title or by NOC code. So as an example here, I have made a screenshot of for a nurse practitioner, which is one of the occupations under healthcare category. So the NOC code is there, the title is there. Now your reference letter should, when the officer reads your reference letter and reads the lead statement and duties and responsibilities in the NOC website, it should generally look the same. But I mean, you should not copy and paste this, definitely not do that. But when they read it and match it, they can definitely say that you are a nurse practitioner as detailed in the NOC website. All right. So now that you have checked if you are you can be selected under the category-based selection, as I said, you have to also check if you are eligible under FSW and CEC. So just a quick overview on these. So for FSW, you still need to pass the 6 selection factors. You need to have a minimum of 67 points. And the selection factors include education, language, work experience, age, arranged employment, and adaptability. So as I mentioned, as previously announced, arranged employment for CRS calculation has been removed, but it is still included in the calculations for FSW. And then again, your job should be in a tier 0, 1, 2, or 3. So if you go to the website of the category-based selection, definitely all of the occupations there are under tier 0, 1, 2, or 3. All right, so there would be no tier 4 or there will be no tier 5 there. And as I mentioned earlier, at least 1 year of continuous work experience for FSW. So as I mentioned, the only way for foreign skilled workers right now to get an ITA is through category-based selection. So it's either you have 1 year work experience, continuous work experience in the priority occupations, or you have a different job and just have 6 months in these category-based occupations. So for CEC, as we have discussed earlier, you can combine different jobs as long as you have 6 months in the priority occupation. And for FST, mostly there have been no draws for FST recently because actually they have included these occupations under the trades category. But if that is your only job, I think these are for carpenters, for builders. It would require you to have qualifications to practice. For example, if you're working abroad, you should have the qualifications to practice in that work experience and at least 2 years of full-time work. But generally for those under the occupation-based categories, you just need 6 months. And then you can add up the others to know your eligibility under the FSW or CEC. I wanted to show you also, let me just stop the sharing. I wanted to show you the recent draws for these occupation-based categories. This one, okay. So as if you have noticed, there has been no occupation-based category draws for 2025 yet. So it's already end of April and still no occupation-based category. They only had, if you can see here from January, they had PNP, CEC, and French language draws, right? So as I mentioned earlier, the priorities for 2025 are healthcare, trades, and education. So we don't know yet if they will have draws for STEM and for agriculture, right? And I can also show you the immigration levels plan. Okay. So the occupation-based categories fall under the federal economic priorities here in the top portion. So we are expecting this year 41,700 to the high range of 62,000. So it really depends, right? How many ITAs they will issue for this category. So this 41,700 to 62,000 would be split among the category-based priorities. So if you see, we go here. So this would include the healthcare occupations, trade occupations. French language proficiency seems to be added here as well, but French has a different category here on the top. Yes, French speaking permanent residence admissions has its own 29,000. So I'm assuming 41,000 to 62,000 is specifically for occupation-based categories. And I wanted to show you also we were checking the draws. So just to give you an idea, the score range of for category-based draws, right? Okay. So the last healthcare occupation draw was in November 2024, and the CRS score was 463. And then the trades occupations draw was last made October, which and had a CRS score of 433. And then another healthcare occupations draw was in July, is 445. So yeah, those were the only occupation-based draws last year, right? So as you can see, there is no clear pattern on when they will have these draws. So it's always best to have your profile ready in the pool, because if they have a draw, say for example tomorrow, and you're not in the pool, of course you will not be given an invitation to apply because you were not in the pool when they had the draw. Or for example, even if you were in the pool and you submitted late, and there's a cutoff draw, right? And for example, your score was exactly on the cutoff, in the tiebreaker, right? And if you submitted late and you're not within the range for the cutoff, even if you qualify for that draw, you will not receive an invitation to apply. So I always advise my clients who are under these categories is to have their profile ready in the express entry pool, because you will never know when they will have these draws, right? And the score range for this is around the 420s to 450s, so it's very much less than CEC draws. And as I mentioned, it will be the only way for foreign skilled workers to enter and get an invitation. And we haven't had a draw for education category because it has just been recently announced. So we don't have a benchmark of what score or how many ITAs they will issue for this category. So again, just a tip, have your profile ready in the express entry pool. And then, oh, sorry. Okay. So thank you everyone for listening to my short presentation. If you want to know more about my services, you can scan this QR code, which will directly lead you to my website. So my services are there, links to my consultation. I also have a 20% discount specifically for attendees of this summit. And the best way to contact me is through email. That's info@bnborderless.ca. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eve. It was great. So many great opportunities for people to possibly qualify under one of the targeted draws. I have a crazy story from last year, is that I had a client coming to us January 2024 after a conflict. Like, so he was not really having any chances of immigrating to Canada. Like, he was already in Canada. He had a Canadian bachelor's. He had Canadian work experience, but he just could, and he had perfect CELPIP, so everything 12. And he just couldn't score 500 plus points just because that's how things worked out for him. And he came January 2024. I told him, like, look, there is no way you're going to get an invitation to apply. The only way I'm going to tell you is that go work in one of the occupations targeted for 6 months. He started working January for 6 months. He finished working in July, his 6 months, got invited to apply in July under trades targeted draw. And it's actually funny, as I'm talking right now, I'm thinking that about a funny coincidence, because today he actually landed as a permanent resident. So he went back home, and then today he landed as a permanent resident. He was just texting me that he's like on the flight, and like today he's landing as a permanent resident, which is absolutely amazing. But it's really admirable to me that people have that level of courage and commitment to go change their careers, because he was in just a business career, change his career, go work 6 months in a construction, like he was working as a window installer, and just for that, like just got his permanent residence, which is amazing, right? So otherwise, if he didn't do that, he probably would not have any opportunities. So it is truly great to use these opportunities. So thank you so much. Now let's see, what questions did we get? I do get a lot of these questions about health draws, and we got a lot of them in the chat. What would be, and I know it's a speculation, obviously, but what would be your projection for health draws in terms of points? Like, what do you think we will see this year?
Well, the last draw that we had was, as I mentioned previously, let me just double check. Oh, it was it July last year? No. But the last healthcare draw, yes.
It was a while ago, yeah. Maybe it was.
Yeah, it was July.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the last one. Oh no, this is last year. Sorry. Checking the last one. Okay, last November, it was 463. So we haven't had a healthcare draw since November, and it's already around 6 months. So just to give others an idea, a lot of people have already added like 6 months of work experience. So it could either go two ways. It could either go higher, or if they have more invitations to apply, if they issue more, then it could go a bit lower. But I still think it will be around the 460, 450 range.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would agree with that, even though obviously it's a speculation, but generally speaking, health professionals would be around that range. The same way as, like, for example, trades people, they tend to score lower just for multiple reasons. So yeah, I would say that health would be like around the same, maybe a bit higher, maybe 470-ish. Like, I would not be surprised to see that, but generally would probably stay along the same lines. All right, let's see what other questions we got. Elementary teacher with CRS 452. I think it's hard to say because we haven't had any education draws.
Yeah, but that's actually a pretty good score in a way. 450s, if we are looking at the other categories, is kind of like the average.
Yeah, yeah, no, I totally agree that. Okay. Let me see, any other questions we have? Lots of ECEs we have in the chat, and I really do think it's been so overdue for Canadian immigration to finally target teachers and ECEs, because we're experiencing a big shortage, especially in Ontario and BC, in those professions, and a lot of immigrant workers are covering those work shortages. So it's just so, it's been very upsetting to me that Canada hasn't been targeting ECEs up until this point, but finally we're seeing that change. So that's great. And now we do have some questions in terms of like licensing. So let's say if somebody wants to go and work as an installer for trades occupation, like, does it mean they have to have like any sort of education or license or like for that job, or like how does it work?
Yeah, for in the NOC, it shows the requirements for that, but to be eligible for category base for express entry, especially if you're coming from outside of Canada, so those certifications are not required.
Yeah, exactly. And so obviously, like, if let's just say you're working in Canada as a nurse and this is why you qualified under health draw, obviously you need to have a nurse license, right? But if you're working as a nurse back home, as long as you're qualified to work there, you know, as a nurse, you don't have to have a Canadian nurse license. And that's exactly applicable to any other occupation. So for trades, the same, like, you know, I have a lot of people who just went and became like carpenters, because carpentry, even though it's a, obviously a skilled trade, you need to know how to do it, but you can learn that on the job. Like you don't need to go to school for that. Like you can literally learn that at the job if you have a good employer who will teach you. And a lot of our clients just like went and started being carpenters, and that's totally fine. And you don't need any sort of like red seal or anything like that. So, yeah, I think people can get confused with those certifications. All right, let me see one more question, and then we'll let you go, and then we'll have a little bit of a break for everyone, and then we'll move on to spousal sponsorship. Okay, good question, because it does, like, I do get that a lot as well, like in our practice. So if you have just like 6 months of experience in one of the targeted occupations, like, is that enough for applying for express entry?
No, as I showed in the diagram I showed, it will make you eligible for the category-based selection, but to be eligible for express entry, you need at least 1 year of work experience. So it's in tier 0, 1, 2, or 3. So in the calculations a while ago, if you're an FSW, you need 1 year continuous work experience. So you can either have 1 year in that priority occupation or 1 year in a different work and then 6 months in a priority occupation. Or if you're in CC, you can have 6 months in the priority and then 6 months in another job. So that's how you calculate those work experience.
Yeah, so you need to be eligible being in the pool, like either way. And then kind of additionally to that, you also would need either that eligibility work experience or additional work experience to be in priority occupation. Because I brought this question up because it's, even though it's like, the basic question, but it's important that people understand, because we've had like several consultations when people were really surprised. Like, I worked 6 months in the targeted occupation, like why I cannot be applying for PR right now? Well, it's because you still need to work for like the whole year to be in the pool, right? So you need to be able to physically enter the pool, the system. And then on top of that, as an additional requirement, you also need to show that 6 months in a targeted knock. Yeah. So good point, good point. All right, guys. Well, we are going to let Eve go. Thank you so much for your time today. Just a reminder, you're going to get the emails with all the links and everything once we conclude the session today. We expect the session to be over by about 3 p.m. Eastern, so in about 3 hours. And at the end, we're going to have like the whole 1 hour long Q&A session with our guest speakers, guest RCICs. So don't worry about the links. Also, you may go on YouTube. So if you go on YouTube on our channel, Weber Immigration channel, where do I have a link here? Somewhere here. You will see that you can also watch it on YouTube, because so many registrants, some people were not able to log into the webinar. So I did stream it on YouTube. Here you go. And basically, yeah, you can go on YouTube, watch it, and you can find all the links there, like, and all our speakers' names and their companies' names. I saw somebody was asking that, like speakers' names, companies' names. So you can find all the information there. You'll receive an email today. You can also watch the recordings on YouTube as well. So you'll get all this information. Our next session is going to be about spousal sponsorship, because as you probably got the gist during our last 2 sessions, that economic immigration is becoming a bit more complicated, more challenging. So when people have a common law relationship with a Canadian citizen or PR, or they're married to Canadian citizen or PR, oftentimes they're like, okay, this economic immigration targeted draws, learning French and all of that kind of stuff seems way too complicated for me. And let's take a bit of a straightforward path and apply for spousal sponsorship. So if you are in a relationship with Canadian citizen or in a common law, with Canadian citizen or PR. The next session is for you. We're going to take a little bit of a break, so 5-minute break, and we're going to come back and talk about spousal sponsorship. And as a reminder, the session after that would be all about PR refusals. Doesn't matter for which stream you're applying. Please do come to the session about PR refusals. I really want you to be there because it's a pressing issue in 2025. Refusals are flying left and right. I'm going to be honest with you. So I want you to listen to the refusal session as well, please. So, okay, I'll see you guys in 5 minutes, and we'll welcome our speakers, David and Anna, for spousal sponsorship. So I'll see you in 5. All right, guys. Yeah, we're on a break, but we're going to come back now, and we're going to welcome our speakers, David and Anna, who will be talking all about spousal sponsorship. So welcome, guys. David and Anna are both regulated Canadian immigration consultants. So let's welcome them, and let's see what they have to say today about spousal sponsorship process.
Hello, Elena. How are you?
Good, good. Hi, David.
Thank you for putting all this together. You're the brains behind the whole theater here. So thank you. Thank you. It has been a great summit so far, and I'm sure it's going to be better.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for coming today. I know it's, taking time from your busy schedules.
Yes.
But yeah, it's so useful for so many people. Like we received crazy messages, like how people are appreciative of this free summit. So it's definitely great to have access to all these resources. So thank you guys.
Always a pleasure. Anna, you there?
I'm here. So, yep, go ahead and I'll follow you.
There you go. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Anna, again. Once
Likewise.
talking about spousal sponsorships, and yeah, let's dig into it. We're gonna be a little bit constrained of the time because this topic is of a lot of interest and has very interesting corners. And but let me know if I'm running back and or too late on this.
I'll
yeah?
let you know. I'll keep you tight on time. Yeah.
I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, first of all, I'm going to start here giving some definitions about what we're talking about here. And it's just about who's the sponsor and who's the principal applicant. By the sponsor, we mean the Canadian citizen or permanent resident or Indian that is willing to sponsor a spouse that can be in Canada or outside Canada. Now, the person to be sponsored, it's called the principal applicant because it's going to be the person applying to be sponsored. And the Canadian citizen, let's say, is going to be the sponsor. Okay? So who can be the sponsor? It's going to be a person who is 18 years old or above. Is a citizen, a permanent resident, or an Indian as defined by the Indian Act. Those are the categories that can be sponsors. They have to be living in Canada, or chances are they are not, but they have to prove the intention that they will live in Canada, that they have the intention to be living in Canada with their spouse after he or she becomes a permanent resident, okay? And it will be able to prove that he's not receiving social assistance other than disabilities. If there is some government support because of a particular disability, that doesn't count. But other than that, the sponsor needs to prove that it's not in receiving any other government assistance. There is no minimum income, which is usually a misunderstanding. There is no minimum income if you're trying to sponsor your spouse. Nevertheless, if your spouse has children, that they have children of their own, meaning like you're becoming like a step grandfather or grandmother, in those cases, yeah, you need to prove certain income. But other than that, usually if it's your spouse, only your spouse or your spouse and their children, direct children, there's no problem with the income. Okay, so there's some bans to sponsor as well. The sponsor need to qualify, right? And one of them is that he's not in default for previous undertaking that has not been finished, or 3 years not passed since or owing social assistance. This means the undertaking, probably that's the best way to try to talk about this topic is to explain what is the undertaking. The undertaking is a promise, is a contract that you're going to do with the government that you will support the basic needs for your spouse, the one that you want to sponsor, for the following 3 years after he or she become a permanent resident. It's important to have an account that is not from the time of the application, but from the time that she becomes or he becomes a permanent resident. That's when the time that your contract with the government goes forward, right? So what does it mean about providing for your spouse? We're talking here about providing for the basic needs. That is the definition. Includes food, clothing, and shelter. And as well, other health services not covered by the public health authority, meaning most likely dental and visual care, right? Those services are not covered by our public system, health system. So you need to, if they have to incur in them, you are basically on the hook to pay for those services, right?
Yes, I think one of the most important questions that we often get from clients on this is there's no way out of it. Once they become PRs, you're on the hook for 3 years. Even if you break up, even if you get divorced, there's no way out of it, right?
That is very important. It won't be canceled.
No.
Even there's some conditions as well. It won't be canceled even if the permanent resident becomes a citizen, which is a kind of be as well misunderstood, right? So once that he or she becomes a citizen, the undertaking is over. No, not over.
You're on the hook. Yeah. So if you're doing this, you better make sure that you're willing to do it, that it's the right person. And yeah, because it's a lot here you're gonna be taking on.
And another common mistake is to say, well, you know, we got divorced. We got divorced. It's our relationship is ended and legally detached. Sorry, no.
So sorry.
Yeah, that yeah, that doesn't cancel the undertaking. So as well, separation of the relationship breaks down. Moving to another province, apparently there's people that have claimed that they have moved to a different province and the undertaking is no longer effective. No, it is effective. Or you can argue as well as a sponsor. You cannot argue that you have financial problems and that you cannot comply with the undertaking. No, it is a contract. It is a contract and you sign it, and 3 years after he or she becomes permanent resident. Okay. And then coming back to the bans to sponsor, a person who is in default of paying alimony or child support from a previous marriage cannot be sponsoring a person as well. Another one is that if the sponsor has declared or the potential sponsor has declared bankruptcy and has not been discharged from, discharge means like the bankruptcy period has come to an end and it's an official paper and he needs to be clear of that before trying to or attempting to become a sponsor, right? And there is also, well, some sort of criminality issues, right? If the person who wants to be a sponsor has been convicted of an offense of a sexual nature, it's hard. It's not impossible though. It's not impossible. The law says it may not become a sponsor, but we need to, you know, you are gonna need really legal advice to get that. As well, if you have committed a violent crime or an offense against a relative that has caused bodily harm. So pretty much, if you have been in problems with the law, it's gonna be difficult. Again, it's not impossible, but it's gonna be difficult. And there's another one that, well, in my experience, it has come into my practice more than once, and it's that if you were sponsored, right? You were sponsored, and then you're now a permanent resident. but your relationship ended and you want now to have a new spouse or a new common law partner and you want to sponsor them, well, you have to wait 5 years since you became a permanent resident sponsored by another person. 5 years until you can sponsor another person, right? And this makes sense. This makes sense not to be playing marriages of convenience, right? Like be running the mill. Like, I get it. You're becoming a permanent resident. Now you can sponsor another one and this and that, right? That's some of it. Now, on the other hand, there may be some issues with the principal applicant, the person who'd like to be sponsored. But again, it's very broadly, and not to get into too much details, it's the background is what is really important, that it has not been in trouble with the law in the other country, wherever he or she lives from. Has been like a clear background, a police certificate, some of the sorts. Again, it's not impossible. There is a lot of case law and criminal equivalences for some offenses that were committed in another country, but that offense is considered an offense here in Canada. You need to make an equivalency. You need to be sure that the person has been cleared, that it has a pardon, a record suspension, things like that, so they can be sponsored, right? The principal applicant. Okay. Any other comment here, Anna?
How about the genuineness of the relationship? So that's
Yeah, it's on the list. It's on the
yeah.
list. The genuineness is one of the most important topics here, and gee, I told you we're running late, and here there's so much information that I would like to portray. The relationship, there's one main rule that IRCC is going to be qualifying qualifying the relationship, right? And it is two-pronged test. It is that the relationship was not entered primarily to obtain an immigration purpose, and well, it says or the relationship is not genuine. So these two prongs is something that the official is going to take a look at. Very, very straightforward, because if one of them does not comply, your application is going to be refused, right away. And there's a difference. One of them is in the present, which is the genuineness, and but at the time that the relationship started, he or she is gonna make sure that it was not entered for the purpose of obtaining Canadian immigration status, right? So this is the two. Now you may say, well, genuineness is, I mean, it's authentic. It's everybody understands the concept. Well, there's some parameters to qualify the genuineness, right? And the law said that it's a holistic approach, taking in account the development of the relationship over time. That is one factor, right? The development of the relationship over time. Secondly, is going to be the degree of shared finances, like to the degree that the couple is sharing commitments and bills and this and that, all the things related to finances, right? The couple living arrangement and division of labor in the household, meaning who has to dust off the things, who has to do the laundry, who has to do the dishes, when and where, that kind of thing. Family planning, and those are some of the factors that the officer is gonna try to qualify the relationship, the genuineness of the relationship, right? And finally, there's the presence of the concept of the long-term commitment, right? a relationship to be qualified as genuine has to be in a long-term commitment, right?
Which
And
is super important because I know that it's kind of boring because it's case law. Many people don't really care much about it, but from
Yeah.
there we can understand what the officer would be looking at the documents that we need to present and submit in our application, right? So that's why that's where we get the reasoning behind what kind of documents we submit in our application, and we're going to talk about this in a couple of minutes. But yeah, you do need to understand the reason behind.
Yeah, that's where we as RCICs bring value to the table, right? Because we help you. I like your statement over there that says we help you to take a look at your application through the eyes of the officer, right? What is the officer looking for? What is he trying to evaluate? What is he assessing? And this is the type of things that they're going to be looking for in these relationships, right? And well, trying to evaluate the genuineness of the relationship.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to leave the floor to you so you can keep going, because other than that, I can keep yapping and yapping.
I wanted to touch quickly on I'm sure everyone knows that there's like two types of applications, the inland, the outland, and choosing which application to go for is the first step in your success, right? In whether you have a successful application or not. And the first thing you need to do on how to choose what type of application to have is you do not choose based on processing times. And this is confusing because one of them is the inland takes approximately 24 months right now. Excuse my voice, I'm coming out of a cold. And the other one is approximately taking around 11 months. That's what's published. If you submit a clear, concise, and well-organized application, you can maybe do it in a lot shorter time frame. But anyways, what you need to focus on is understanding the eligibility requirements of each of these applications, and then see which one really fits your own personal circumstances. And we're going to go through this the specific criteria right now. For example, the outland, the family class application. For this application, the Canadian citizen, so the sponsor, can be outside Canada with their partner, and they can both apply outside Canada as long as they convince the officer that they will be moving to Canada once the application is approved. That cannot be done if you are a permanent resident. If you're a permanent resident, then you need to live in Canada. Now, if you are both living inside Canada, then this is a moot point. You will just go by the inland spouse or common law in Canada class, right? Now, the other question is whether or not the principal applicant can travel. So let's say that they apply for the outland application. So they are currently living outside of Canada. They can apply for a Tier V and visit Canada. But there's this misapprehension that having a spousal sponsorship application in process would automatically give them a TRV, and that is not the case. So we do see a lot of TRV applications being refused because you still need to understand that this is still a temporary resident visa application. You still need to prove that you have strong ties to your home country, and you still need to make a strong application on that matter. And there are ways that you can make your application stronger depending on when you apply. If, for example, you can wait until you have your approval in principle. That might make it easier for you to get that approval if you don't have strong ties to your home country. Once you're here, you can then apply for a work permit, but you do need to ensure that you maintain your status. So again, if you apply outland and you get your TRV and you get to stay here in Canada, having a spousal sponsorship application in process does not mean that you can stay here forever. You still need to maintain status. So you either extend your status as a visitor or you get your work permit. And that is another thing. There is a public policy where you can get a work permit under both types of applications, but this is a public policy, and we don't know how long. I mean, as of today, that still applies, but things change all the time, right? So we don't know if that's still going to be the case. Another important question also is when people apply inland, the other question is, it's very important that people understand that both the principal applicant and the sponsored need to live together under the same roof in Canada. So if they're going to be living in different provinces, this is not the stream for you. If you're going to be traveling for work often for long periods of time, then this is not the stream for you. You are allowed to travel as a principal applicant if you're applying inland. No one's stopping you from traveling, but you do need to understand that the re-entry is never guaranteed. So there is a risk there that if for any reason the officer is not convinced and will not allow you to re-enter Canada upon your return, then you might end up losing all the time that you have in your processing, and it's just a waste of time and you know, and effort and money. So there is a risk. Having said that, if you are here with your partner and you're planning on having a vacation and short-term travels with your partner, it's okay. You can travel outside the country. It's fine. What else would I want to talk about that? Another thing is that once you figure out exactly which one of those two types of applications best fits your lifestyle, then you want to start thinking about the kind of documents you need to start gathering. And because so for example, if you're going to apply inland, then you need to start proving that you live together. So your lease agreement, a letter from your landlord, or your documents that show that you have the same address. But if you're applying outland, then you need to show your constant or daily communication, or the trips that you've made to see each other, right? So those are different types of documents that you need to gather during a long period of time. It's not something you can just gather in a few weeks, right? It takes time. So and this is of course on top of all the rest of the documents that you would still need to gather, like ID documents, passports, police certificates, divorce certificates in case you had any previous relationships. And again, these are very document heavy applications, right? So I prepared a little freebie document booklet with like a document checklist, and I want to give you guys a head start with some documents that you can prepare for your application depending on the kind of application type that you chose, depending on your special circumstances. So I am going to take some time here just to post in the chat my Instagram handle. And if you want to receive this booklet, please just go to my Instagram, send me a DM, and I'll send you the link to the booklet. Or you can contact me also by email Again, I'm so sorry for my voice.
No, that is very important. I mean, what you're saying pretty much is planning, right?
Plan. And so, and this booklet contains this kind of document. It's a very general document checklist, but it gives you an idea of what you can start preparing in case you want to start looking into this type of application. And it will also contain a list of 5 top mistakes that you want to avoid. And because and this is because, as we know, the immigration numbers just don't add up. There are a lot of, and you know this, David, there are a lot of refusals being sent out left and right.
Oh yeah.
Some for good reasons, some for just crazy
well,
reasons. Right?
we are well aware of all the mistakes that IRCC makes, and usually with refusals, the generic refusals, it's just a big mess. But this is what we live for, and we're gonna have the next participation in the summit is
And
gonna
that's
be
gonna be that's such a good one. Please stay for that one because it's gonna be amazing. And my first tip would be to please go very hard on your proof of relationship. And this is something we talked on a previous event that we had. A marriage certificate is not enough. So you need to prove not that you're married only, but that your relationship is genuine, right? So go hard. It's emails, communication, chats, screenshots, proof of receipts of dates you've had together, trips you've taken, pictures, photos along the years or months, or so go hard on your proof of relationship.
Shared finances, everything that is related to finances, it's very good evidence that you're committed in a relationship, including, let's say, insurance, right? If you name as beneficiary of your insurance policy your partner, it's a big deal. It's a big deal, and IRCC as well count that as a good proof of a committed relationship. Things like that, right, Anna?
And just as having a marriage certificate is not proof of a genuine relationship, neither is having children. So that in of itself, it's not enough. So you need to add up, bulk up on your proof of relationship. Second tip, make sure that you are consistent with all of the information throughout your application. And this is consistent throughout your application and with any previous application that you submitted to IRCC. IRCC has every single application that you submitted, and they will review. So any mismatch in address or dates may cause a delay or even a refusal. So double check everything. Another very special tip, follow instructions. This is so simple, but there's so many instructions, and this is such a complicated application. If this has to be filled out by the principal applicant, and then this section has to be filled out by the sponsor, and then this has to be filled out by both of you. So read the instructions carefully. Read it twice. Make sure you check all the boxes. Yeah, you cross all the T's, dot all the I's. And again, if you're applying Outland, check for country-specific requirements and make sure you comply with those. And finally, IRCC is not expecting a perfect relationship. So they understand that things are not always picture perfect, but they do expect you to explain any special circumstances. So if anything does not fit the mold, you need to advocate for yourself. So include an explanation letter and explain, for example, if you had a ceremony that was out of the ordinary, explain why. If your parents were not at the ceremony, explain why. If you didn't have a ceremony, explain why. You need to, IRCC will not take time to guess, will not be willing to take your side. So you need to make it hard for RCC to say no. That is your job in your application. And that's what we would do for you. When we help you fill out your application, we make sure that we make it super easy for the officer to say yes, or in other ways, super easy, super hard for the officer to say no. That's basically what you need to do, right?
Okay. Yeah. So it's as you were saying, the numbers do not add. Now we have a new regime. Yesterday was the election day here in Canada, and the same party won again. So that's for our audience. We expect, well, at least I do, that the immigration policies will be somewhat on the same line that we have doing that. And this is meaning that the government has run the projection of the numbers for the next couple of years. We have immigration quotas, and the immigration plan is specifically, and I'm going to be talking here just about the spousal sponsorship, right? Not even children, but it says the family class, the immigration levels for this year, 2025, is going to be accepting 70,000 permanent residents, new permanent residents, right? Next year is going to be lower, 66,000. And the following years, 2027, is going to be 61,000. So this is to say, it's going to be every year, it's going to be a little bit tougher. It's just to put you in a matter that you can relate to. In 2024, last year, the target was 82,000. So this year is 70. It's 15% less. And then we're going down, down, down. So there's going to be a lot of refusals, unfortunately. The backlog is significant. The backlog overall, and this is just to say, because IRCC is not just about the family class, right? It has different classes. It has 2 million applications in the backlog. And it is important to have that in mind because there's going to be less people as well in IRCC staff. It was recently announced that in the next 3 years, they're going to be cleared of 3,300 staff members. So they are diminishing their capacity man-wide. It's supposed to be, replaced by artificial intelligence, but nobody knows exactly what's going on there. But it is important to say that IRCC is going to be reducing their staff in 25%. So if right now an officer has very little time to take a look at your application, in the future is going to be less. So if he has the first stone on the road, and he's going to be disqualifying your application, that's why it's important to pay attention to what Anna is recommending. Make a thorough, very robust application, make it difficult for them to say no, right? Because for them, for the government, it's a game of numbers. They have the applications within, like quote unquote, within service standards, which is why they are posting the processing times in their website. So they are, as Anna just told us, for in Canada, they are saying 24 months, because if they approve an application over there, or let's say no, the opposite. If an application is not analyzed or reviewed in the 24 months, they will still consider it within the service times. It will be going to the backlog after those 24 months. Fernanda, another RCIC friend of us, told us that they are just, she has never seen an application going beyond 24 months, but they still putting the limit high so they can still play in the numbers, right? And they will say, well, you know, we're complying. Well, this is within our service standards. So it is important to make it thorough, to make it hard for them to say no. Okay.
Well, Vera in the chat is saying, well, we're cooked. But I just wanted to say that, like, realistically, why we're saying all of this is because people got like very relaxed during the last 5 years, because within the last 5 years, immigration has been like pretty lightly taken, let's put it that way, by the government and by the immigrants themselves. And a lot of rules, a lot of just policies were not enforced. And you know, they were like, people were approved left and right, and that's great, but the party's over, and right now people are getting refused left and right, and it just breaks my heart. Like the other day I received a message on Instagram, like on our account, saying that like, hey, I applied for PR in January. Today the application was refused because I didn't include like original scan of an original of a document. I included only a translation of the document and didn't include the scan of the original, which is like very technical, very like just a basic mistake, right? But that basic mistake literally puts the that was express entry application, that was not a spousal sponsorship, but that basic mistake puts the applicant back in express entry pool. And guess what? We don't have the draws anymore. He has not a lot of points at this point because he lost the job offer points, and now he has literally zero means of applying for PR. Now that all happened because one of the documents was not, it was included, it was just not properly included. Now if I take this situation, I put this situation 3 years ago, then the chances are IRCC would have just requested that document again. Now they're not requesting, now they're just refusing. So that's the difference, right? And that's why, like, we're not trying to be mean, but we just, like, for your sake, guys, trying to tell you that the party is over. You got to be serious about this kind of stuff. If you're doing application yourself, absolutely do it yourself. Just like make sure you read stuff online. Like you read what needs to be included. You actually follow it to the T. If you have time to do that, absolutely just take it seriously, right? Do you guys want to go through some questions? I like the question from Nabila.
If I may, Elena, I would just like to answer Alan Miyabi. You asked David, and it was early on, so I think he missed it. But actually, Alan, having a job is not a requirement for you to sponsor your spouse. So you don't need to have a job. You do, and if you're sponsoring, he did mention you don't need to meet a minimum income. You do, however, need to show that you would be able to support your spouse. So according to what you mentioned, your spouse does have a job. So as long as you're willing to show that there's a plan and there's a way for you to support each other, there should be no issue. So yeah, again, if you as the sponsor do not have at this moment a job, that is not any
requirement
to apply to sponsor your spouse.
Sorry?
Is there any other question?
Let me see. Yeah, I just wanted to add to that yeah, Anna is absolutely right. We have it all the time that sponsors don't have jobs. As long as you able to show that you, generally speaking, have a plan how to support your spouse, then you're fine. I find that for spousal sponsorship, people a lot of times have misconceptions, like rules that they just like assumed that those are rules, but those are actually not the rules. And I find that a lot of people have that. Like one of the most common misconceptions I see is that people think that there is a certain period of time that you have to be married before you sponsor your spouse.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it's like so often, but it's like not a thing, you know, not a rule. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, there is another question. Can you only apply for inland after the full 12 months of living together? So if somebody lives together in a common law relationship, is it an option only to apply inland for spousal sponsorship?
No, it's two different things. So one is the complying to classify the relation as common law partnership. But once that the year has happened, I mean, there's no issue if it's inland or outland. No, it's two different things. Yes.
Yeah, there can be situations, absolutely, like depending on like details, but it can be a situation when common law can be applied from outside of Canada as well. So depending on the specific circumstances, obviously, but yeah,
The only
like
one that is tough is the conjugal partnership. There is one that
Yeah.
is called conjugal partnership, and in that one, the principal applicant needs to be outside of Canada for sure.
mhm.
If it cannot be in Canada. Mhm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be only inland to answer the question.
Mhm.
Now,
I would like to make my commercial here as well.
yeah, do your commercial.
That I'm having a discounted price for consultation if anybody needs some clarification on their personal circumstances. A consultation is the best way to do it. We can have a 1 hour discussion over there of your case, and I would be happy to assist you if you are willing to let me know about your case. Yes, and there's gonna be a promotional code that Olena will be posting sometime.
Yeah, I'm sending out email, so I just prepared the email. I already putting it in the chat, but I already, you guys will receive an email, I think at 4 p.m. and you guys can definitely find all the links there. There are all the giveaway links as well. There will be, make sure when you receive that email, you scroll all the way to the bottom because there will be giveaways and all sorts of good resources. We have our speakers coming up for the next session, and their name are Gurpreet and Dalia. They're both regulated Canadian immigration consultants, and Dalia prepared a resource for drafting a resume based on Canadian guidelines, so CV. Then we have a link for those who want to apply for generally for Canadian immigration based on economic programs. It would be linked from Gurpreet for drafting an employment, or I guess having a guide for employment verification letter. So lots of good guides. Spousal sponsorship guide. Anna, if you message Anna on Instagram, she will send you her guide as well. So lots of free stuff happening. So make sure you open that email that I will be sending today at 4 p.m. Yeah, so Anna just dropped a link again to her Instagram. Make sure you follow her. And yeah, thank you so much, guys, for today. Let's see if we have any extra questions. Okay, so does principal applicant have to have a job, like be employed or any level of, I don't know, education or English or job when we're talking about spousal sponsorship? You guys want to answer that question? Anna? No, not Anna.
I don't know. No, yeah, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to have a job. The question was about the principal applicant, right?
Yeah.
If he or she needs to have an income? Is that the
Yeah, like just a job, yeah, or income, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
No,
It doesn't
doesn't
say
matter.
anything like that. No, the law is not. But again, as Anna was saying, it's just putting together because they're gonna evaluate the completeness of the relationship, right? And
Yeah.
somebody has to make some money, or you have to be rich, or whatever the case is, right?
Well, Canada just doesn't want you to sleep on the streets. Let's put it that way.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
just as long as you can show that you have your basic stuff covered, like you're good.
If I can just answer quickly, Felicia. So again, if you're going, the decision of whether you're going to apply in Canada or outside does not depend on whether you married in Canada or not. It depends on the personal circumstances of whether you're living in Canada or not. So you can be married in Canada or outside Canada. You can marry wherever you want. But again, you would apply depending on the personal circumstances of your relationship, I guess. So if you're living in Canada and you're going to be living together with your partner and you're not planning on traveling abroad, then it would be best to apply inland, regardless of where you got married.
Exactly. Oh, good question from Pamela. Pamela is full of good questions today. So can a sponsored spouse apply for work permit if they filed their application inland spousal sponsorship?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The answer is yes. Once that it has been to the second stage, meaning that the application has been declared as complete, that it's complete, you will receive an acknowledgement of receipt, and then you can apply for a work permit for the principal applicant. Yes.
Okay, and Shavik is asking, will the email include all the RCIC information with discounts? Yes, it will include all of them. So I just actually scheduled that email to go out. So it's done and ready, and you guys will receive that email at 3 p.m. actually. At 3 p.m. Eastern, you'll receive that email. So you'll have all the links because, yeah, in a chat, it's easy to lose that kind of stuff. I just want to remind everyone, if you do feel like you need anybody's help, who you met today or you're going to meet in the next 2 days, make sure you book your consultation before the summit is over, so before May 2nd, just because all of the links are going to expire. And I'm going to send several reminders on your email, just because it can get confusing because the summit is very big. We have more than 20 speakers, so I'm going to send you reminders, but just remember that links will expire in like just 3 days from now or 2 days or whatever. So make sure you use them. So yeah, I think we're good. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Thank
yeah.
you, Elena, for putting this together. Has been
No problem.
awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next session is coming up. We're going to have Gurpreet and Dalia, who will talk about PR refusals. So Gurpreet and Dalia are super skilled and very experienced RCICs, and they will talk about PR refusals and how you can prevent them and how you should avoid them. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to welcome our next speakers, Gurpreet and Dalia. And after that session, so that's a last informative kind of teaching session for the year. After that session, we're going to have our 1 hour Q&A session. So a 1 hour Q&A is going to be right after PR refusal session. And I'm going to see you guys in 5 minutes. We're taking a break, and I'll see you soon. Okay, guys, so for our next presentation, we're going to have a little bit more interactive kind of participation here. So if you can please go to slido.com. So you can put it in the chat. It's you can see it in the chat. It's slido.com. And then in the chat, you can see the code. And if you can go to slido.com and input the code, then you will be able to, let me actually try it myself right now. And yeah, we will be able to have more interactive participation. Here we go. You can do it from your phone. Okay. And then you can ask your questions. You can, just interact a little bit more with our hosts here. And let's welcome Dalia and Gurpreet. Both are regulated Canadian immigration consultants. And today we will be talking about PR refusals, a very stressful topic for most of us, for immigration consultants as well, as much as for our clients. So let's break it down. So guys, I'm super excited actually to listen to this question. We have a lot of RCICs participating. I've received messages like, are we giving CPD credits for this? And I'm like, no, this is not a CPD event. This is for immigrants to learn. But I'm sure that a lot of RCICs, including myself, will learn from you guys, such experienced immigration consultants. So please go ahead, and I can't wait to hear more about this exciting topic.
All right. Hi, everyone. I hope you're able to hear me all right. My name is Gurpreet Oshan from Pacific Ways Immigration Consultancy in Surrey, BC. I work mostly with express entry, spousal sponsorships, appeals, and those tricky files, the refusals and procedural fairness letters. I'm joined today by Dalia Milmantas from Milmantas Immigration Services in Ontario. She's the go-to for complex spousal cases, OINPs, HNCs, TRPs, citizenship, and yes, refusals and PFLs too. Between the two of us, we've seen what goes wrong, and today we are here to help you get it right. So let's start with the first interactive component and answer this question for me. Have you or someone you know ever had a PR application refused? You can type in your answers. You can join in on Slido, and I'll give you 15 seconds for this. Okay, so no, but you're nervous about it. Imagine doing everything right. Your documents are submitted, your hopes are high, and then you get a refusal letter. It can feel devastating, but it's not the end of the road. I've worked with dozens of clients who were refused and still became permanent residents. Today, we'll walk you through why PR applications are refused, what you can do about them, and if need be, how to make your case stronger next time. So why do you think express entry applications are refused? It's an open-ended question, and you can type in your answers. Age, employment documents, improper paperwork, failing in proper documentation, incomplete documents. So these are some of the common reasons why express entry applications get refused. Let's go over them one by one. Some of them you covered in your answers. So knock, knock, who's there? Not your job duties in your letters. On your left side, you will see the tier description for the retail sales supervisor. On your right side is the verification letter sample provided by the employer. Now I want you to focus on these two particular parts. Anything that strikes or stands out for you? So here's what triggered the refusal. The duties were copied verbatim from the tier description. The job duties, they need to be aligned, not an exact match. Here's another refusal. The letters had no job duties at all. The officer was not able to determine the correct tier code without them. Let's talk of proof of funds. Common mistakes we see, there's only 1 month of bank statement instead of 6 months history. Letters don't include account numbers, average balances, or current balance. Sudden large deposits that are unexplained without any clear origin. And how can they be fixed? Include 6 months of bank statements, add a letter of explanation if you had a gift, sale of property, or any other lump sum deposit. Keep your funds available. Don't move them right after applying. Now you had the points, and then IRCC did the math. In Express Entry, you are awarded points for things like education, work experience, language results, and more. But if you can't provide proper documentation for the points you claimed, immigration officer removes those points and you may fall below the minimum score. As an example, Express Entry application system, it awards you points for 11 months of work, even though technically you still have 1 more month to qualify, right? So there's a rush to submit the applications once you have the ITA. But we are granted 60 days after the ITA. So your submission needs to be strategic. To ensure you meet the points on the day you submit your application, your ECA needs to be valid on the day of the application submission, and the same goes for the language results. Even misrepresentation. So even honest mistakes, they can be considered misrepresentation if IRCC feels you knowingly or carelessly gave incorrect information. This can lead to a refusal and a ban of up to 5 years from applying again. The most common one we see is missing out on declaring past visa refusals. So for example, you applied for a visa to USA 10 years ago and got refused. There's no stamp on the passport to reflect that refusal, but if it is not declared on your application, it will trigger a procedural fairness letter and maybe a refusal for you. Always ask for your documents, and most importantly, always work with an authorized immigration representative only. Now, this letter has been widely circulating on the social media in what seems to be a crackdown on unauthorized practitioners. If representatives are not declared on your applications can be refused. Avoid these easy to miss mistakes by matching your job to the right tier code, answering key eligibility questions, verifying your CRS score, and using strong letters of explanations to fill any gaps. You can scan this QR code here on the screen or take a screenshot to download later. It's a free eligibility tracker from IRCC for different PR pathways. Let's dive into the next topic, spousal or common law sponsorships. When assessing spousal sponsorships, there are 2 key questions that the officer is assessing. 1, whether the relationship is genuine, and 2nd, if it has been entered for purpose of acquiring status in Canada. Now let's jump into a quick myth-busting poll here. True or false? If we have wedding photos, our application is safe. What do you think? Okay. Interesting. So many people think it's false, but some people think, yes, it is true. It is not true. Here are some pro tips. Your selfies are not enough to prove your relationship to the officer. You need to prove that your relationship is legal and also that it is real. We often only get evidence from one party, and that triggers imbalance. And now let's go over some of the red flags. At the screen here, there's a QR code for why spousal applications get refused. You can read it at your convenience. So first flag, short courtship or quick marriage after the meeting. You met yesterday, you got married today, and you file your application tomorrow. That will make the officer question the genuineness of your marriage. Your application submission needs to be very strategic and should have a clear timeline of your relationship, how it developed. And also, I ask my clients to provide their own personal statements individually. Age gaps. I'm not talking 5-8 years age gap, but a 20-year age gap can be seen as a red flag by the officer. It may make the officer see the relationship as transactional if you don't provide the evidence of authenticity. One-sided proof. We often only get one-sided evidence from the party, phone call log from one partner, social media evidence from one partner only. The evidence needs to be balanced and needs to come from both the partners. Inconsistencies at interviews. If you get called in for an interview to assess your relationship and your answers are considered vague or they don't match what was provided in the application, it will raise a red flag. So if you do get called in, prepare for that interview together. Understand the intent of the question. Why is the question being asked? And take the time to answer that question. Immigration officers don't know your love story, but we can help them understand it. We help you understand what may be some of the red flags and actively assist you with explaining those flags. We have a free guide here for you to understand the spousal sponsorships that you can download for free. You can take a screenshot of the QR code or link will be sent to you later. Now let's dive into the PNPs. Here is a fun quiz for you. Which of the following is the strongest way to show intent to live in your nominating province? Is it saying that you will live there once you get your PR? Mentioning that you like the weather of the province? Submitting a signed lease agreement or job offer from the province? Including a short sentence in your resume? So the correct answer is submitting a signed lease agreement. Now let's look at why PNP applications get refused. So PNP is designed to support the provincial growth. Officers need to believe that you will be living in the province. Simply saying that you will live in the province when I get PR is not enough. You need to show your evidence in the form of a relocation plan, job in the province, potential lease agreements, and in any family ties that you have. If your job offer looks like it only exists for your PR, lacks real duties or business proof, the officer may question whether it is genuine and refuse that application. Some PNPs are points-based, and there may be points associated with wages being offered. If you are getting a wage above and beyond the industry standards, it can raise a flag that the wage is being offered for gaining points. Incomplete employer documentation. We have seen refusals because the officer was not able to assess that the business existed even. So it's very important to have proper documentation to prove the ongoing operations of the business. This one is an important one. Employment verification letters versus the job reference letters. Employment verification letter should include your job title, start and end date, hours worked per week, salary being offered, the job duties as they align with the NOC code on a company letterhead signed by a signatory with their contact information. Job reference letters are what the name suggests. They are reference letters only. They are not specific to immigration. So do provide the NOC aligned factual letter written specifically for immigration purposes. You can scan this QR code here and you can get a free employment verification letter checklist. All of these mistakes, they can be easily overcome by providing clear and proper documentation. It's always a good idea to add a cover letter that helps the officer understand your application. And now over to Dalia for the rest of the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Gurpreet. That was really interesting. And I believe I'll say in combination with what Eve was saying, she was outlining the NOC structure, indicating where the lead statement is and where the job description is in the NOC code. And now combined with Gurpreet's checklist, you should be well prepared to prepare proper employment verification letter. Okay, so as you can see, we are approaching permanent resident applications from refusal point of view. And first of all, we are trying to help you to avoid the refusals, giving all different hints and information. So because to avoid refusal, we have to impeccably prepare any application. So I will speak about humanitarian and compassionate applications based on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. And as the slide says, it is the last resort. So means there are two categories that HNC, pure HNC from inside Canada can be used. When a person applicant does not meet any economic category, then we can apply under HNC, of course, only if that person qualifies under the HNC category. And the second category is when the person is inadmissible for health, criminality, violation of Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, then we can apply for under the HNC category. But again, only if that person qualifies and if that person does not create danger to Canadian public. So we are talking here today about an HNC application, a standalone application submitted only from within Canada. There is another category, not the category, sorry, it's not a category where is an economic application, but lacks something, and there can be HNC factors included, but we're not discussing this is an economic. So we are talking basically about why an HNC can be refused. So if an HNC you submit, okay, somebody says, okay, I don't want to study English. Let's submit the HNC application. We are not, nobody is going to be successful if you submit a frivolous application, which doesn't have, doesn't meet all the requirements, such as for refusal. So you, the applicant is not able to demonstrate that hardships that one would face if one has to leave Canada. Weak arguments regarding establishment in Canada, best interest of children. And again, it depends what kind of best interest of children, even with the best interest of children application can be refused. So preparation of the application is the key. And Gurpreet, could you please move to the next slide? Thank you. And financial establishment, how you're going to establish yourself in Canada. Let's say if you have a daughter who is a citizen or permanent resident, she says, I will support my mother, and the mother has no income, no savings, and no assets in her back country. Most likely, it again will depend upon totality of the facts, but the application could be refused because the daughter is not obligated to support financially. Is not like David and Anna were saying in spousal sponsorship or parent and grandparent applications. There is a legal agreement between you and the government. As soon as this person becomes a permanent resident on HNC grounds, that person can go on welfare and will be on the shoulders of Canadian taxpayers. The other is insufficient documentary evidence. I included the case law, which was recently rendered in 2024. The person was, I don't remember, was 25 years or 35 years in Canada. And that person did not provide sufficient documentary evidence, and application was refused. So the overall, the key in HNC to avoid refusal is impeccable preparation. Very often my clients say, I feel like I'm working full-time on my application. And I said, yes, because you need to provide the documents. The document checklist is very vague, and we create the document checklist based on your facts, So totality of factors, evidence, content, it's not just enough to tell your emotional story. So your application was refused. How Gurpreet and I would help you? We get the ATIP notes and we analyze. And we want to see if the immigration officer made a mistake. If they made a mistake, then we can go for judicial review. But in order to submit an application for judicial review, again, you go back to square one. Application must be impeccably prepared. So the better option is to resubmit and assess all the factors and resubmit a brand new, stronger application, but we have to have in mind, we have already immigration history and immigration officers will cross-reference. So should you wish to read a little bit more about H&C applications, I invite you to visit my website and read the blog and listen to the video. That I believe that would also help. And one more point, I had a client who came, I was the third consultant that he came for a consultation. So he says another consultant said H&C, but he says, I don't feel that I qualified under H&C. So what I want to say, educate yourself as well. So that is for your own benefit. Next slide, Gurpreet. Okay, so pilot and other programs. I'm not going to speak about rural community immigration pilot because another colleague is going to speak and she will speak in detail and she is expert in that. I will touch base on caregivers and parent-grandparent applications. So though now I will only refer to the new, which is, don't even remember what is the long title, home care work immigration pilot programs. Okay, childcare and home support worker. So you need to have full-time job offer. Again, two parties involved, Canadian employer and foreign national. And you can submit these applications only right now, it's closed, but you can prepare for 2026 submission March 1st. Let's hope it will be open on March 1st. So you prepare, and then the based on previous caregiver applications. So you cannot be, in the past, you could have been employed. Now you have to prove documentary evidence, paid experience. If you're working, you cannot be self-employed. You cannot be a mom and sitting your children, raising your children. That's not going to work. Relevant work experience or training. So now the training, it has to be full-time and not online training. Relevant work experience, it has to be within 2 years of submitting an application. Language skills and education. So language is simple, you pass, and you have to have your credentials assessed by one of the credential assessment institutions. So the most popular, and because maybe most efficient, is WES. So the applicants, prospects who intend to submit their application next year have enough time to prepare the applications. And another reason for refusals is that employers, the applicants start working for somebody, genuinely working, but that employer doesn't have a CRA number. CRA number is of utmost importance, otherwise application will be refused. Another slide, Gurpreet, please. Okay, incorrectly written job offer. You need to understand and remember that this is an economic category, so it means the job offer needs to be written the way job offers are written under any economic category, like federal skilled, Canadian experience, Canada class, and so on. Employment experience does not meet the requirements. Pay stubs do not match notice of assessment. Hourly rate does not meet the requirements. What is meant by number 4? Let's say you're working in Canada on LMIA and your employer forgot to check that ESDC increased the median wage, and your median wage when the LMIA was approved was 20 hours, and now it is 2050, and that is missing. So if the officer is nice, you might be lucky and get a procedural fairness letter and the employer will take care of the payment. Incorrectly written reference in this case, both, yes, reference letters. So the reference letter has to include how much that you were paid. It doesn't matter how much you were paid. No, sorry, I misspoke. If you were working under LMIA, it has to meet the requirements under the LMIA. The address on all this, what Gurpreet already spoke in her presentation. Next one, Gurpreet. Grandparents, very simple. That's very simple. Incorrectly written CV. And we as consultants know that our colleagues had grandparent applications refused just because the CV was incorrectly prepared. Although it is a question, it could be challenged in court, the way the immigration approached, but CVs are of utmost important, Canadian style CVs, which are important also for Ontario Provincial Nominee Program, for study permit application. If you, let's say, you had employment experience in your own country, and Canadian style CV is very important because, again, we connect with employment reference letters. So employment reference letter, your CV needs to match your experience because immigration officer will cross-reference. So it has to be, and it has to be easy to read. You don't need, let's say, European Union resumes are different format. So we need to make it easy for an immigration officer to assess your application, that immigration officer would not have any red flags. So if you wish, I invite you to log in and download the CV template that I have been using for my clients for very many years. Does not meet income requirements. Okay, parents, grandparents. Parents and grandparents doesn't meet the income requirements. And we know very many applicants submit that they do not meet and they hope they will. They will meet, but that doesn't work. And so another option, another reason for refusal is the blood-related sponsor does not live in Canada. This is not like David and Anna was speaking, that spousal sponsorship application. The Canadian citizen may be outside Canada. In grandparent-parent applications, the sponsor must reside in Canada. So let's say you live in Windsor, but you work in United States, you cross the bridge, you still live in Canada, physically reside in Canada, but you go to work in Windsor. So options, if you do not qualify, it's a very simple application, pass and fail. So then you need to wait until another pool is, until you are invited, or you apply for super visa. And in this case, you may, your parent can be longer in Canada. And if qualified, and this is an extremely if, maybe that parent would be eligible under the HNC category. But again, you have to go back to HNC eligibility of the meeting requirements and ensure that this application is not a trivial application. Gurpreet, thank you. Next slide. PFL. Procedural fairness letters. And usually these letters start, I have reasonable doubts, grounds to believe, or whatever it is. This is not a regular immigration, a letter issued by immigration officer asking, please provide another similar document. And these days, nowadays, you should not be even expecting that immigration officer would ask for additional documentation. The applications will be point blank refused. And all of us have all this experience, and you can read it online and so on and so forth. So PFL is your last chance. Either your application is going to be approved, refused, or you're going to be issued a 5-year bar or even a deportation order. So all that could happen. Possible reasons for PFL, already, I think Gurpreet already discussed, and I have one more slide. So, and you'll see what it is. A reply to PFL or not a reply. Absolutely, you need to reply. I will sound like self-promoting, but the reality is you should really retain the services of a professional unless you truly know what you're doing and you know how to reply, you know the expectations of an immigration officer. Other than that, I would suggest, highly recommend retaining the services of a licensed professional. You choose a consultant, you choose a lawyer, but the person who is knowledgeable how to respond to PFLs. Because if you respond, you demonstrating compliance with immigration department. And on the other hand, maybe there was a simple, innocent mistake and a professional would be able to explain it properly to immigration and your application would be approved. So how we can help? Yes, I already explained. So make sure you choose to reply. Even if you get a refusal, but your intent, you goodwill to comply with the requirements of immigration. Another kind of PFLs or refusals can be medical medical inadmissibility, criminality, misrepresentation. Even if it is an accident, small mistake, already Gurpreet was saying, criminality, DUI, it is, and DUI is very serious offense in Canada. Many years ago, a citizen of United States that is very often had a DUI, and then you need to deal with this. And you didn't tell, oh, it was a long time ago. It's also already stepped, and this doesn't count. Everything counts. In these admissibility, there is background questions, and these background questions require the answer yes or no. Have you ever committed an offense? Yes or no. Has your application for study permit been refused to any other country? Yes or no. It's very simple. Okay. Let's go to another slide. So, okay, so a PFL might look like this. This is not my PFL. I got it from somebody, somewhere from the internet, somebody was sharing. So means the immigration officer is asking, I will not read these questions, but you will be able to read. They asking evidence, a list of major suppliers, a list of major customers, and so on and so forth. So then you yourself or your representative will have to submit huge submission with supporting documents. Next slide, Gurpreet. And so then it's continuation from this PFL. Please know that if you found you have engaged in misrepresentation in submitting your application, you may be found to be inadmissible under Section 40.1A for Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. So for 5 years. Some takeaways, okay? I'm going back to employment reference letters and go back to Gurpreet's presentation, her document checklist, and that will really will help. Spousal sponsorship, Anna and David were speaking genuineness. First of all, we need to establish the genuineness of the relationship and an ongoing proof of your relationship. If you submitted application is submitted, and after the submission, the relationship continues. You prove the genuineness. H&C, first of all, you need to clearly explain that you meet all the requirements, and you include ample of supporting documents, and your application, again, repeating, will be assessed based on its totality. PNP, genuine intention to settle in that province, supported documents, be honest, and avoid misrepresentation at any cost, especially these days. Immigration is not taking it lightly. Social media, Facebook, LinkedIn, that we see on the LinkedIn, colleagues are sharing that somebody's LinkedIn profile was expired or outdated, and the application, I believe it was refused, or a PFL was issued. Okay, so how we, Gurpreet and I, can help? So first of all, we analyze the refusal. We obtain the ATIP notes, and we see if an immigration officer made a mistake. If there is mistake made by immigration officer, if there is a mistake in law, in procedural fairness, then we analyze and we say, okay, so what is the next step? Can we resubmit the spousal sponsorship, or should Gurpreet go and appeal? Then we always go for resubmission because it is cheaper, it is more economically feasible, it is faster rather than appeal or judicial review. So then rebuild and prepare a stronger application, having the immigration history in mind, and then we resubmit. Then also you need to have in mind when it goes back to the PFL, if you submitted a visitor visa application, work permit application, immigration can cross-reference. What did you say, or what did you omit in your initial application when you submitted for visitor visa? Gurpreet. Okay, this is the last. I guess this is the last, and because we have a little bit, several minutes, Gurpreet and I decided that we will take your questions on the topics we discussed. We have, Olena, I think we have until 1:45.
Yeah, we have a little bit of time. So you guys can look at the questions in the chat, maybe.
Chat. Okay, so let's look at the chat.
I saw some interesting ones.
Okay.
We can like just go over it, but one of the questions, I think it was 1 second. Maybe it was in Q&A. You can also look at questions in Q&A box. Let's see.
So just for the QR codes, the links will be sent to you via email as well. Don't worry about not getting the QR codes.
Yeah.
You will be getting the links.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so one thing I want to get your opinion on, and it may be a little bit controversial, but throughout like today's day, I already saw several questions, and one of them is in Q&A, and it's about declaring your spouse a non-accompanying in express entry profile with the purpose of increasing your points. So since we're talking about PR refusals, my questions are 2 questions. So if I declare my spouse as non-accompanying just because I know I'm going to score more points in express entry, do you think this may be a reason for express entry refusal? That's number 1 question. And do you think that may be a reason for further spousal sponsorship refusal? What do you guys think? Maybe we take turns, because it is a gray area, I would say.
Okay, go Gurpreet.
Yeah. According to me, it is not misrepresentation. When you do not declare your spouse in your express entry application, the more important thing is that they are assessed for admissibility. They need to do the police clearance. They need to do the medical test. And the reason you provide for why they're not included in the application.
So what reason, sorry, but that's my question. So what reason do you provide? Because your reason is to have higher points.
It is a fair reason, and I was coming to that next. It is a fair reason to say that I am not able to meet the point, and which is why I am for now not including my spouse. And at a later date, I will be sponsoring my spouse. Does it trigger a flag for spousal sponsorship at a later date? Again, depends on the reason you provided while you did your express entry. If you are saying my spouse does not want to come to Canada, or I don't want to sponsor my spouse at a future date, you are putting yourself in trouble here. Be honest, be upfront. There will be nothing wrong with the application. Dalia.
And it is a legitimate reason. This is the reason provided by immigration. This is controversial, and it is sometimes at the beginning when this notion was introduced, it was kind of difficult for us to understand that it is possible. So the other thing could happen, and I'm working on the case where this is exactly because due to business commitments, the husband stayed outside Canada because he's running multiple international business, and now his application for visitor visa to visit his spouse and child in Canada was refused twice. And it was because basically it was assessed by Chinook. So I submitted a third application with like many documents and in very long submission, my submission arguments, and I'm waiting for reply from the visa post. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Like going back to what Gurpreet also said, that like you have to, I think for me, the most important part would be stating like actual reason. So if your reason why you're putting your spouse non-accompanying in express entry is literally because you need to get those points, then you need to state that reason, because I think that's what a lot of people are not doing. A lot of people stating the reason of like, oh, you know, he doesn't want to live in Canada. But that's when where are you running yourself into problems? Because number one, if that's not true, then officer on express entry can challenge that. And number two, if officer on express entry doesn't challenge it, officer on spousal sponsorship may challenge that. Because I've seen cases when somebody receives permanent residence and literally the next day launches spousal sponsorship application. And then it's a question like, okay, if it's the next day spousal sponsorship application was submitted, you just like literally just 2 months ago told me that your spouse doesn't want to come to Canada. So like obviously the opinions can change, but still it's concerning, right? So so I think the bottom line here is to be honest and to be careful, because that's a tricky one.
I always like to say, do it right the first time. It's, like now we are also seeing this, and previously this was not the case, especially for express entry. Officer is looking at your previous file that you submitted in the pool, your profile. They're looking at how you're changing your history even, especially with the category-based draws.
Yep.
People are going back and changing their tier codes to be eligible under the categories. Don't do that.
Yeah, exactly. It's right now people, because it's so hard to get that invitation to apply. If we're talking about express entry, people are finding ways to cheat the system, right? And the government knows those loopholes. And if previously they were just not enforcing those, now they start enforcing those. So
you didn't know your tier code previously, that's a different story. As long as you're able to prove that, you didn't know, these are the letters, this is the proof I have, it's fine, as long as you're able to prove your case to the officer. But if you're going back just to get invited, you're going to land in trouble. So don't do that. That is my sincere advice.
Yeah.
I see another question, Shavik. What happens if there is a refusal, if there is any way to apply again, judicial review? Okay, we discussed already. You need to qualify. If you were applying under federal skilled or Canadian Experience Canada class, will you receive these points? Yes, you may apply for submit for judicial review. You may be, and then the lawyer will be looking, was there a mistake? Was there an error by immigration officer? Was that, yes, you have to assess.
Just to add,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, I was just going to add to it. Making a reapplication, you also need to understand the grounds of refusal when you do that reapplication.
Yes.
Like if it is a misrepresentation, there's a bar from applying. It could be 1 year, it could be 5 years. So we really need to know the grounds of refusal before we even try to do the reapplication.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's applicable to literally any application, right? Because I've seen so many times like temporary resident visa, like visitor or whatever study permits getting refused several times, and the person like just doesn't know why. Like, you know, you can apply 10 times, but if you don't know why every time is going to be refused, right? Like you kind of have to make sense of it first and then reapply.
The how happens once we understand the why. So understand the intent, the question that it comes from the officer, and then give the answer.
So that's what I was saying, how, you know, we need to read the ATIP notes. What is the reason? What were the facts? We need to review the previously submitted supporting documents to really dissect the case and then make the plan what to do, what would be our next step.
Exactly. Yeah, sounds good. And one thing I want to add, and I know like we kind of cover that, but like for me, it's just always so heartbreaking seeing refusals when people think, okay, I get refused, I reapply. The problem is that that reapply may not be an opportunity if we're talking about programs like Express Entry, when the draws are changing or the opportunity, like things are closing and all of that. And reapply just like may not come. Yeah, visitor visa, temporary residence, whatever, study permits, you can obviously reapply unless it was a misrep, right? But for permanent residence programs, like it's not really that easy. It's like, oh, I get refused, I just reapply. Like it's just that reapply may not be an opportunity, right? So that's why it just kills me every time somebody treats their application lightly, just because, you know, not only you're delaying your own permanent residence, but also you may just not
Never have it.
Yeah,
never have it, because like ladies and gentlemen, we need all of us to understand the period when you could reapply maybe is over. It was 5-6 years ago, we saw that it was easy. Okay, the client says, how come my colleague got approved and I was refused, and was the same employment reference letter? This time is over, and we all need to look at very seriously at all these applications.
Yeah, and
Dalia,
one thing, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Dalia brought up something very interesting right now, that it worked for that other person and it's not working for me. Each case is unique. What worked for the other person may not apply to you. So always keep this in mind. Your case is your case, that person's case is that person's case. Do not compare.
Yeah. Also, another thing which we face a lot during consultations, like when people come to us facing troubles, is after refusal, whether for work permit or for whatever it is, for permanent residence, because you got refused, a lot of times it impacts your temporary resident status, and therefore it impacts your ability to work in Canada, and therefore it impacts your employment status and financial status. So a lot of times, what even I never like thought about it this way, that when person gets refused, it may impact in tens of thousands of dollars of lost income, right? So recently, just Cory had a consultation with somebody who just didn't handle their process right. They fell out of working status, even under the best circumstances. To go back to the working status in Canada is going to take, if they're lucky, it's going to take at least 6 months. 6 months, that's equivalent of $50,000 of the salary of that person. So congratulations, you just lost $50,000 because you just didn't think about reading the instructions, think about reading the website, or, you know, just taking it lightly, right? Like not taking it seriously. And it's just, I feel bad for those people, but at the same time, it makes me mad because it's just so bad, because a lot of these mistakes are so easily preventable.
I
Yes.
also had a similar story earlier. Last end of last year, I had a candidate who had done a DIY express entry application. They had all kinds of documents to prove their work, which is their job contract, pay stubs, everything, except the job verification letters, the employment verification letters.
The
They
kind
had
of an important one.
kind of an important one. So, it's not the number of documents that you put in an application. It is the kind of the document that you need to include in the application. So you can have like 50 documents and I might come in and say, hey, we don't need all these 50 documents.
Yeah.
This is what I need from you to make your application smooth and, so that it goes properly. Like these are the things you need to be mindful of when creating the applications.
Yeah.
So one more last question, point. Every refusal, when you are completing applications, submitting applications to any other country, travel history, let's say United States or Germany, wherever, there will be a question, has your application ever been refused? So means your Canadian application was refused, and then it could impact your international travel.
Yeah, for sure. And those refusals, to indicate them is so important because how many problems we've had in applications when people were rushing to submit the application and they would just not read properly the questions. They forget to indicate refusals and getting banned from Canada for 5 years. So yeah, definitely something to remind people. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. It was great. It was super useful. Don't worry about the QR codes. Definitely you're going to receive all the links and all the guides that Dalia and Gurpreet talked about. We have lots of guides for you. So when you receive that email in about 1 hour from now, make sure you scroll all the way down to see all the bonus materials and the guides. And of course, you can always rewatch this and, kind of follow the slides and the presentation. Thank you so much, guys. And next, after the little break, we're going to have our Q&A session. So this would be like a full hour or even a little bit more when we will be answering your questions and catching up on, anything that kind of was missed today in terms of your questions. So please, if you have questions today, make sure that you put them in chat or Q&A box, either or. And yeah, we'll make sure we'll get to those questions. So yeah, let's take a little break and then we'll be back in 5 minutes. This will give you guys opportunity to put your questions in a chat box or Q&A box, and we'll get to your questions. If you're watching on YouTube, I will try to monitor also YouTube chat to see if there are any questions there. So if you are watching on YouTube, make sure you put your questions in the chat and we'll try to answer as many as possible. Thank you so much, guys, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys. So we can slowly start our Q&A session. We have some of our speakers today answering the questions. And we have a RCIC Sukhwinder. Sukhwinder, hi. We're going to start taking questions. Oh, here you go. Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm glad you all could join day one of the Canadian Immigration Summit today. My name is Sukhwinder Kainth, founder and principal immigration consultant at Kainth Immigration Solutions, where we support individuals and families in navigating complexities of the Canadian immigration system with clarity and confidence. It is truly an honor to be part of such a dynamic panel alongside my esteemed colleagues. We have already explored several critical topics today, ranging from express entry and targeted draws to spousal sponsorship and peer refusals. I hope you have gained valuable insights that will help you in your own immigration journey. Now I'm excited to dive further and offer perspectives drawn from both regulatory experience and real world practice. Let's get started. Over to Dalia.
Yes, let's do it. So, okay, the way we're going to do it, David, by the way, you're more than welcome to join in like a session, question, answer session. So the way we're going to do it, guys, is that it's just questions up for grabs. So you guys pick the question and go ahead and answer. So maybe we can start with Dalia, and then we can go ahead, Eve, and then you guys. I don't know if David is here, but we'll see if he will be joining us. And then, yeah, just pick a question from a chat and answer, and let's try to answer as many as we can as time allows. Yeah.
Some time ago, during the presentation, I saw this person repeatedly put this question, but I didn't want to jump. I do not remember the whole entire question. So if you're still here, so please repose that question. So the basic question was, the person was owner or managing the farm, but he is a student in Canada, and he issued a power of attorney to his father, and his question to manage his farm. And his question was, does that experience, when he is issued power of attorney to his father, counts an experience? The answer is no. Are you you need to put this question to yourself. Are you managing the farm yourself? Yes or no? No, you're not managing the farm. So means your dad is managing that farm. And so you do not even have experience as managing the farm. You are a student, you're studying. So that is not going to work.
Well, so, that is a very specific question. And but imagine if it was allowed, so many loopholes would happen. I can give power of attorney to so many people to do so many things, right? But that doesn't mean that I'm, having that experience. So yeah, that's a good one. All right.
I can answer another question.
Yeah,
I don't remember. Ahead. So there was a person says, I am from UK. I intend, can I come and work? Okay, I'm planning to apply for visitor record. So can I apply for permanent residence? So of course you can apply if you meet the requirements of any economic category. And in International Experience Canada class for UK citizens and other countries where they have that program, it's very good. It's very good because you have either 1 or 2 years of open work permit. And so any employer will hire you because you do not need an LMIA. The only thing in preparation you need to have is, again, you need to have prepared Canadian style resume, because that Canadian style resume will be included into your application for your work permit. So you are creating your history. So the first step is very important, that you create that history correctly. So that's, I remember reading when I was presenting.
All right, Eve, did you pick your question?
Hi, yeah, hi, hello again. Hi, everyone. There's a question here from Hassan Khan, and he's asking, will my previous hours for a part-time retail job during a university count with my current part-time hours with PGWP for CEC? So he did not specifically mention if his university is in Canada or outside, but I'm assuming it is because of the PGWP aspect. But generally, the rule is that work done while you're a student in Canada will not count towards Canadian work experience. But studies abroad, if you're studying abroad, so work done while you're studying abroad can be counted for work experience points.
Yeah, makes sense. Are we doing 2 each or 1 each?
I can answer the next. I see a question from
Okay, go
anonymous.
ahead, yeah.
Should come to Canada on a PR or a study permit, study visa. Well, that's a great question, and the answer really depends on your specific goals, background, and timeline. Both pathways, the permanent residency and study permits, they offer different advantages, and they also come with unique eligibility requirements and long-term implications as well, right? So for someone applying directly for PR makes sense based on their education, work experience, and language proficiency. For others, coming as an international student can be a strategic move that builds a foundation towards the PR over time and even for the citizenship after the naturalization, depending on the process, right? And the goals. And that's why we always recommend starting with the professional and personalized consultations. And it allows us to review your profile in detail, understand your objectives, and develop a tailored immigration roadmap that will align with your needs. There's no one-size-fits-all approach. Your journey should be based on what works best for you.
Oops. Yeah, makes sense for sure. Because, you know, we need to remember that everybody has different goals, and not everyone's goal is to stay and live in Canada forever and ever, right? And
Exactly.
for sure. And finances would also play a role, right? Because there are different tuition fees for different situations, and yeah, like lots of things to consider. So
Along with the requirements,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. All right, David, do you have any questions from the chat that you find interesting?
No, I haven't. I was just taking a quick look, but nothing that I have picked up yet.
Okay, that's fine. Anything else, guys? Dalia?
No, I'm just reading.
Yeah, let me see. I think I had one here that, oh, it was from actually not somebody who would want to immigrate, but from Dominique. So Dominique is the U.S. Department of Justice accredited representative, which is equivalent of RCIC in Canada. And Dominique would love to make some connections with us, RCICs, our community, to see how we can assist French-speaking clients or immigrants from Haitians, Angolan, and Congolese to move. So yeah, absolutely. You can email us or respond to the email that you're going to receive, and we'll get in touch for sure. However we can help, absolutely. Let's see any other questions. Okay, Gurpreet was answering some questions in the chat, which is great as well. Okay, in the Q&A box, there are a lot of questions, so let's go through that.
I see another one from Eugene Ruto. How long does it take to get a work permit in Canada? Well, the processing times for a Canadian work permit can vary depending on several factors, including the type of work permit you're applying for. Your could be employer specific versus open work permit, your country of residence, and whether you're applying from inside or outside Canada. On average, it can take anywhere from a few weeks to several months. For example, some application processed through the global skill strategy may be completed in as little as 2 weeks, while others may take 2 to 4 and even longer, especially if additional documentation or biometrics are required. To get a more accurate timeline and ensure your application is as strong as possible, we highly recommend booking a consultation. We can assess your eligibility, help avoid common delays, and guide you through the most efficient path based on your specific situation.
Yeah, for sure. That was a very like open-ended question, so it can be very different for work permit processing times for sure. Okay, in a Q&A box, we have a question from Rachel. Can I come on UK IEC visa and then apply for inland spousal sponsorship? If like my partner is Canadian, that's what I assumed. David, you want to take that?
Sure, absolutely. If I understand correctly, she's in the UK. She's a citizen or something in the UK, and the sponsor would be the Canadian, right? Canadian permanent
Yeah, she's
resident.
just asking if I can come on an IEC, like International Experience Class visa, live with my partner in Canada, and then apply for inland spousal sponsorship.
No, there is nothing in the law preventing that. Like you can come, you can be here as a visitor or being under a work permit. In this case, it's an IC. That wouldn't be an impediment to, you know, to apply for the in-law. I mean, in Canada, common law, if they want to
Yes.
be like common law, or even get married, like it doesn't matter. It won't prevent you. Yeah, she can do that. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And you can extend work permit if you do that, because you can apply for open work permit once you apply for spousal sponsorship.
Exactly. Would be easy, right?
Well,
Yeah.
just to add on to that, the
That's it.
IEC, the Canadian International Experience Class for UK, that typically gives about a 2-year open work permit if you haven't used that in the past. You could use that in chunks, so that is a good enough time while you're in Canada. You can definitely support the economy of your family and kind of work along while your application is being processed. And let's say even as per the public policy, which David covered earlier, like even if you're here, as per the public policy, your inland spousal sponsorship is being processed, you can apply for another work permit if this work permit, IEC work permit, is expired. So during that time frame, that is going to give you better chances and enablement to help you succeed economically and live under one roof with your family and spouse.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. All right. Dalia, Eve, do you guys see any questions?
I see one question, but I don't think I would be able to answer this question, Renee, but it is very specific, and you need to get an assessment. You should really book a consultation with one of us, and you have proper assessment, and then you would be able to decide what is the best path. So
which question is that?
the question is, Ronnie Burdett, I submitted express through federal skilled worker, told me I wasn't ineligible. My profile is 41 years old, and he's giving all the details. So ladies and gentlemen, none of us would be able to answer you properly and professionally such a question. You should book a consultation, and we would analyze then and take it from there. This is a very specific, case-specific inquiry, is not for such forums. We are able to answer like general questions of general nature, but not such a case detail specific question.
Yeah. Hey, Eve, do you see anything?
Yeah, there's a question from Presa Jane. She graduated from a 1-year program as cook, and she has a job in Northern Health as a cook. So she's asking if it's enough to apply PR in 6 months. So she just has 1 year PGWP. So I'm assuming she wants to apply under the trades category, extras entry. So yeah, if you have 6 months work experience as a cook, then you will be eligible for the category. However, to be eligible for CEC, since you're in Canada, you need to have at least 1 year of work experience. So either you add this 6 months with a 1 year experience maybe in your home country to be eligible for FSW and then the trades category, or add more to the 6 months work experience in Canada.
I see, Olena, another
Yep.
question. Anna
I have one
Daj,
too.
it is spousal sponsorship submitted. Okay, David, sorry, I grabbed
No,
it.
no, I was looking
Don't
at the
fight,
same
don't fight.
question.
Okay.
If you can start and I can make my comments. Yes.
Right, absolutely. And then follow up with the immigration. Why is it taking so long? But you have to be patient because processing times are very long and sometimes overly very long, and the processing times we cannot explain. It's not under anyone's control, just immigration. David?
Spouses. Yeah. Well, I'm a little bit confused because she said, "Can you apply for permanent work visa?"
Oh,
Like there's no such a thing as
no such a thing. No.
permanent work visa. No, it could be like a work permit, or yeah, I don't know. But I understand that Anna is intended to say that she's looking for a work permit. Well, the
Yeah, I think
sponsor.
work permit.
Yes, and she's visiting, right?
Yeah.
Under a visitor visa. She has a visitor visa and she can apply. Yeah, absolutely, I concur with Dalia. If they have, the application in process, she can apply for the work permit. But it's not permanent, eh? Work
No.
permits are temporary. Yes, absolutely.
Dalia, can I ask you this question from Yulia? It's an interesting one. Is it a high percent of refusal for H&C application for those who have double citizenship, so multiple citizenships?
Oh.
It doesn't matter multiple citizenships. It matters the eligibility. Are you eligible? And of course, well, maybe I spoke too fast. Because immigration can say you don't, why? Then you will have to address these issues in both countries of citizenship. In both countries of citizenship. Again, it requires detailed assessment. Establishment abroad, so in both countries. Establishment in Canada. You have already 2 citizenships. Why do you need another one? What other reasons? And most likely, in its totality, it is likely, again, I cannot say, but it is possible that it could be refused. Again, you have to have detailed assessment.
I think it also depends what are those citizenships, right? Because like ultimately one side of H&C application is hardships, right? So like
Sure.
I'll give you an example. If a person has a Ukrainian citizenship and also they have a Russian citizenship, I'm sorry,
Sure.
but and both ones are like not the best.
Correct. Yes. I agree, Olena. That absolutely. It's a perfect valid point.
Yeah, but if it's a Ukrainian citizenship and then like Portuguese, then yeah, probably like Canada will be like, okay, like you're citizen of Portugal, you're fine. So yeah, it depends again, like specific circumstances. Sukhwinder, do you see any questions?
See another question from Geetika Verma. Hi, I'm in Canada on PGWP up to 2027. What are the conditions for private landlord to be eligible for home support worker? Well, you're picking the hot topic, so no conversation is complete these days without the home support worker, like similar in AI in the technology sector, right?
Yeah.
So yes, to shed a little bit light onto that, the private employer landlord eligibility, they must be a Canadian citizen or permanent resident, must demonstrate a legitimate need for care in their home. So it couldn't be made up, let's say, if both parents are working from home. I don't think there's a legitimate need for the live-in caregiver or home support worker for their kids or even the elderly parents. There could be some if the work is demanding, but it has to be a legitimate care. You will have to demonstrate, right? Must not be acting as a third-party recruiter or agency for assignment of work or the temporary staffing kind of work. Then they also must provide a signed job offer using IRCC's official form, which is IMM 5983. And beside that, proof of financial ability to pay your wages tax returns, minimum pay stubs, or bank statements. Does that answer your question, Geetika?
Yeah, I think it does. So we'll see. Yeah, I think she said yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Who wants to take the voluntary departure letter after the PR application was refused?
So departure, I think, oh, Gurpreet is not here. So I don't see the question. So, but it is
It's in a chat. It's the last one. You just write at the bottom. It's be
in the
not.
chat. Let's go to the chat.
So it's a I received a voluntary departure letter after my PR application was refused. I don't know what that means. However, I'm still within my restoration period. So do I need to leave or do I need to stay?
So is there a date on this letter? If there is a date on this letter, you need to leave, but you based on the reasons of the refusal, you should contact a lawyer and see if you would be able to file a stay of removal.
But if I
Oh,
can
so it says
interject here.
voluntary departure.
Volunteer
Okay.
departure. Yeah,
Voluntary
so
departure. Yes, sorry, I misread.
so she's
Um,
she said that she's still within the restoration period, so she has 90 days
Yes.
to apply for her restoration. So if she applied for the restoration, the funny thing about restoration is that it doesn't give you maintained status. I mean, you're applying, but it's in limbo. There's nothing that can give you status, but at least you show that you applied for your restoration, and it's going to be as a visitor, right? And the restoration. But the other thing, yeah, is voluntarily departure. You have to register yourself when you're leaving the country. Make a stop by the CBSA office at the airport and letting them know that you're leaving the country according to the law, and they will give you some sort of acknowledgement that, yeah, you're leaving the country in due term, and then you can go. That will count you when you wanted to come back to Canada, right? Because it will be according to the law.
Okay, I think somebody was making, Olena, comments that we are not reading questions in the YouTube channel, and I see there are
Yes, angry people
in
on YouTube. Okay.
in chat.
Let me take my laptop because I'm like the woman of all trades today because I'm like the only one who is managing it. So let me see. Okay, now guys, well, it's not that many, so we're good. Okay. Okay, Terry, relax. You're good. I've applied. Okay, Terry's asking. I've applied for my inland PR application from August 2024 and did my biometrics in February and just done my medical in April. So just wondering how I have to wait for approval, like how long I guess I have to wait for approval. I haven't gotten AOR or approval in principle. So, okay. So basically they applied for inland PR, like, yeah, that's not clear under which stream. Terry, if you're listening to us, can you tell me which stream is that? Is it, because it's different streams, different processing time, right? So if you apply for PR PNP under PNP, then that's one situation. If you're talking about spousal sponsorship, then it's a different situation. So Terry, please let us know. But generally, like the processing times on IRCC website, like you can obviously view them. They are not entirely like correct all the time or accurate, but they are different, like good guideline for sure. And I understand that you want things to go quicker, but sometimes it's just, it is what it is. The main thing that your application is going well, right? So that's what really matters. Okay, let's see question. Okay, good question from Andrea. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. If I'm on maternity leave will this count as a Canadian experience? Who wants to take that one?
No, you are on leave. You're not working. You're not working, period.
Yeah.
That would not count.
Yeah, that's actually, there have been court decisions with regards to this couple of years ago, because people tried,
Yes.
but it didn't work. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't, and there were some like very, I would say, circumstances that I think the court should have considered. And they were like, nope, maternity leave just doesn't count. That's it. And they were really serious about it. So yeah, that's a very straightforward answer here. Okay. Let's see what else. If you guys see any questions in the chat, you're more than welcome to pop in. I'm just reading YouTube.
Okay, I see one. I don't know. I think nobody answered yet. Flavia Namuba says, would you advise someone to apply for a study visa if this person has been on a skilled worker permit for 2 years, but stopped working due to immigration refusal to renew the work permit and application due to LMIA late submission?
Okay,
So
yeah, I think they got like a work permit refusal, and now they want to transition to study, right? Like that's what they.
Right, and would you advise to apply for study? Like, maybe you should, I would say it is very specific to your case. You should speak with somebody.
No, but it's possible, obviously.
It is possible,
Yeah.
yes, it is possible, but you need to calculate your points or your age, what you are going to gain. Of course, if you apply for study permit and the study permit is approved, if it is approved, you will be, it depends what you're studying. Will you be able to work part-time? What category? You know, all this you have to analyze.
I think it's just the bigger question when you guys are thinking about your immigration, and like I know it's hard, like we're all of us are immigrants here, and it's really difficult, but you always have to like reverse engineer your journey, because like the first question is like, why, like, okay, you apply for study permit, and that for what? Like what's next? What's the plan, right? Like what's the final destination, final goal? Like obviously PR, but like how that study permit is like legitimately is going to help you get there, right? So it's just all of the, like it needs to be a proper strategy to determine whether application for study permit makes a strategic sense to get to permanent residence. Yeah.
I have one here.
Yeah.
From Nirvana Dayal. It says, hi, if someone is on a visitor record and restoration, but living without a decision, would this cause any issue with PR processing later? And yeah, the answer is no. No, that's very good. I mean, you're acting according to the law. You submit your application, but you're leaving the country. As soon as you're leaving the country, the count starts again, right? So you can request your visa and come back to Canada as visitor, or apply for your permanent residency. It doesn't affect any part of your record. No.
Okay. Now, super short question. Does paid Christmas vacation counts as your Canadian work experience?
Yes, because Christmas vacation. So you have to have in mind, like, if you're working and considering take not Christmas, any vacation, 2 weeks, what is legitimate? What is in your contract? Even if you go for 2 weeks, non-Christmas time, it will count for your Canadian experience plus, and Christmas vacation, just normally how much all of us take, 2, 3, 4 days. I don't see a problem.
Yep. Sounds good. Eve, do you see any questions that you have?
Yeah, there was a question in YouTube, and I guess it was reposted here in the Zoom. It's about the proof of funds. So they're asking, do I need to have the funds since I created my profile and keep it safe, or since I receive ITA? So actually, when you make your profile, you don't need to physically give your bank statement, right? It just asks how much you have in your bank account. So you don't need to show proof at the time of making the profile. But once you receive ITA, and that's when you start gathering all your documents, that's when you need to show your proof of funds. So until you receive your AOR and hopefully until you receive your PR, the money should be in your bank account. But of course, there are some scenarios, for example, when you're living in a country that the currency fluctuates so much, or that you need to save your funds, of course, when you go to Canada, because that's the ultimate goal for proof of funds, right? So that you can survive when you arrive in Canada. So if the officer asks later on what happened to your money, why did you pull it out? So you just have to provide these proof, these explanation letters later on.
Yeah, good one.
I have one.
Yep.
Adam is back. Adam is back. Good for hanging in there, Adam. It says when I'm trying to make sense probably of the question is when applying for spousal sponsorship and they ask proof or proof conversation. I don't understand what it is, but it says what timeline are they asking for? The date where the relationship started or after getting married? Can you get some light on this? I think what you're asking, Adam, is since when they start counting the time of your relationship.
No, I think you know
Right?
what they're asking. I
No?
think they're asking, so you know how proof of chats, like chat history in a spousal sponsorship, like a proof of communication, they're asking basically, okay, for how long do I need to
Yes.
do the proof of communication, like a chat history, which I don't think there is any like actual rule around it.
No.
But
There is no guideline. The longer the better, because it will establish that the relationship has started. So the most time longevity of the relationship, the better. Yes, if that is the question.
yeah.
I'll add to
Now
that, however, a little bit. So as per the checklist, there is close to about 10 pages, right? So you need to keep that in mind for the chat that if it is covered in your native language or some broken English, you will have to get it
That's true.
translated as well. So there'll be a translated chat plus your original chat, and that could go along close to 10 to 15 pages, should be good enough.
Yeah, it's also like try to then to submit like meaningful conversations, not like some random stuff, right? But like meaningful conversations of like I want to have children with you or something like that, right? Like conversations that are actually meaningful and not just like what are you eating for breakfast? Trying to be like picky with that. Like we've had clients who I don't know what they're thinking, honestly, but they would submit to us chat with like full-blown arguments, like I hate you so much, and I'm like, I don't think this is good. But this happens, so just be mindful of like what is written in those conversations.
I would submit as long as possible prior to the marriage to demonstrate the genuineness of the relationship.
Yep.
Good point. Yeah.
I think they are talking here about common law, but yeah, the question is what says marriage. Once that marriage is kind of different, right? You don't have to prove that much, although that you're married and you have some background over there. But when it's common law, it's harder to prove, right?
Okay, anybody else has
So there is a question I see Hannah says, will in 2026 the regulation under the post-graduation work permit that allows spouses to obtain a spouse open work permit based on tier 0 and tier 1 categories be removed? We don't know. That's the decision immigration makes. Removed. If it is not removed, what options are available for spouses if the main applicant does not qualify under tier 0 and tier 1? We don't know. We cannot answer you this question because we don't know. This is the immigration makes these decisions, and then we advise our clients and we adjust how to help and what steps the client can take.
I feel like I'm missing a piece of information here. Like, do we know that it's going to be removed in
We don't.
2026?
No, we don't.
I think this is the first time I hear about that. Like, I don't know. It is what it is right now. I don't see it being changed anytime soon. Maybe it will be, maybe not. But like, we should base it on what we have right now.
Whatever is now, because like in immigration, and especially during these last years, we tell our clients, we can tell you at the time of the consultation. We don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. You know yourself how many changes there were during these last years.
But also at the same time, it's like, it feels like, you know, this person is really like, okay, like it's going to be removed. I'm like, it's not a fact that it's going to be removed.
No.
Like, we don't know that, right? And there, unfortunately, in our space, there's so many rumors that get just you guys and us and everybody else more confused than anything, because just rumors, right? Like straight up, like not correct stuff that is like, who knows where it came from. So just be aware of that for sure. And yeah, like just make sure you always double check with government sources. All right. Anybody wants to take Vera's question? That's about visitor record.
What is that?
I'm planning to apply for a
Yeah.
visitor record. Can I apply the same day as my work permit expires, or is it better to apply a couple days before?
I think I answered that question. I said you
Oh,
should
did you?
apply while, yes. I don't know if that was Vera, should apply prior while you have valid status.
Yeah, like before.
Oh, yes.
Before.
Yeah.
Okay, I see another question. J. Rang, if someone completed study and waiting for completion letter, can he work full-time before applying for postgraduate work permit? The answer is no. The answer is no. Your work is, you stop working when your last day is at school. That's it. And then you get the letter, submit application for your work permit, and you can start working if you're still in status and so on and so forth. But you cannot.
Yeah, you have to be really careful with those transition periods. Unfortunately, the reality is that I'm not going to go into like a deep details because it gets very confusing, but the reality is that in that transition period of time, at least 80% of international students that we handle are ending up working illegally. Without knowledge, obviously, just because of that, like literal transition from study permit being already a graduate, so you're not technically a student and you cannot work, and having a gap until you apply for postgraduate work permit. So in that gap, exactly like this person is asking, in that gap, you cannot work, as Dalia said. And the reality is that 80% of people do work. So it's just only a matter of time when IRCC starts enforcing that rule, because it's, for us, it's very visible that a lot of people are working illegally in a gap while they're transitioning from student to postgraduate work permit. So just be very careful, because we all see that IRCC is scrutinizing all the applications right now.
I have one from Manoj.
Yep.
It says, can someone with a visitor record after a postgraduate work permit expired can apply for an LMIA supported work permit while being in Canada? I think that is going to be a little bit of an issue, because you are in Canada as a visitor, and they suspended the policy that you can apply for work permit being in Canada. You have to apply for it from outside Canada, unfortunately. That was a policy that was applied during the COVID, that they allow visitors to apply for work permit, but it's no longer the case.
You can still be like physically in Canada, and you can send your application for like overseas office, but that's usually just honestly like we have a one client like that right now, and it's just so complicated. Because technically you can do it. It's just the application needs to be processed outside of Canada. So
Outside of Canada?
yeah, you can be physically in Canada, but you just make things work the way that application like goes to outside of Canada processing, but it just comes with its own risks as well. So I was deeply researching this for our client to identify, okay, is it better for him to, he's on visitor in Canada, is it better for him to go home and apply for there? Or is it better for him to stay in Canada as a visitor and just us send the application to his processing office at home? And after like really researching and seeing all the risks, it really just better to go home, as you said, David, and apply from there. Even though it's still, again, still technically possible to stay in Canada and just send your application there. It's just not the intention of IRCC. The intention of IRCC is that you're outside of Canada, right? So it's always kind of better to do that. Not, I shouldn't say always, but a lot of cases. But yeah, it gets tricky. It used to be so easy, like just visitor to worker, no problem.
Yeah.
We used to do it all the time. Now I'm like, I don't even want to those cases because it's much more complicated. Okay.
So I see one question, George Korberski. Currently, my job comes into tier 4. Is there any pathway for my job occupation? It depends where you are. It depends which province you are. It depends your English level. Maybe you are in trades. It depends if you have post-secondary education for trades, you could do assessment and you would be able to increase your points, increase your English. So you need okay, it says is Ontario. So then it's again, so Ontario provincial nominee, you need to look under skilled trades. Are you eligible for skilled job offer, skilled trades, or in demand stream? So you should look at this and maybe you should see what needs to be done. Maybe increase English. Then that's my suggestion.
Someone has a question about ECA. So Paula has an MBA in Canada and asking if she needs an ECA for that. So if your highest education or degree is in Canada, you don't need an ECA for that. So the only time you can strategize about ECA is if, for example, you have a bachelor's from your home country and then you got another bachelor's in Canada, right? So if you just show your Canadian bachelor's, it will be just your points will be for bachelor's. But if you get an ECA for your bachelor's from your home country, it can add points for 2 or more degrees.
Okay, I see another question I can take. Felicia, it's spousal sponsorship application. After the principal applicant get married with Canadian citizen, at which stage of inland or outland application does a principal applicant usually get higher chance getting a visitor permit, visa while waiting to get decision on PR from applying spouse? Okay, so usually after the approval in principle, but it is also, this is a higher chance. And I believe David will agree with me. But you can also apply when you submit an application. It depends upon your history, immigration history. Did you have many refusals? Is immigration suspecting that you will overstay and remain illegal, not illegal, will not leave after the temporary resident period. But the safest way to apply after the approval in principle.
And yeah, and you're absolutely correct. People should be aware that every time that you're applying for a visitor visa, it does not depend. It's an application on its own merit. You have to prove your ties to home. You have to prove financial resources. What are you gonna come to do in Canada? It's completely different. If you are being sponsored, is there an application to be sponsored? Yeah, certainly it can go both ways. It can be proved that you have not so much intent to leave Canada because you're coming to see your spouse or your partner. But on the other hand, yeah, you have to prove, you have to make your case about what you're going to come and visit and go back home. There's always a dual intent,
Yes.
but it is hard. So again, as we said in this summit, most of the times is make a robust application, explain your case, advocate for yourself, right? Make it harder for them to say no. Make it clear what is your intention.
But on the other hand, if you apply for visitor visa, you can also, but it would also demonstrate your genuineness of the relationship, because that you want to come and visit your spouse. Of course, but that was not the question. That was in my additional explanation.
Yeah.
Hey guys, just wanted to let you know that in Q&A box, there are more questions because I kind of forgot about it. So I was like, okay, we should look there.
I see another anonymous attendee. Does a master's in child public health fall under the list of health category NOCs that are currently required? Well, master's, what you're listing is an education, so that's your master degree, and that has nothing to do with the NOC or the tier codes. So this is what, if you're wondering about the experience and what health categories or what in terms of the job categories or roles that you should fall under for these, it totally depends. Some of the typical titles are public health inspector, environmental health officer, environmental safety officer, advisors. So the broad range is about 221120. So try to look for something in that sector, and that would be closer to what you're looking for in terms of your education.
I think we answered all the questions. I am in Q&A.
I'll take Carolina. Carolina is asking, she has 475 points, high scores in English, 2 years of experience in Canada, more than 3 years of experience back home or international experience, how to increase points. So just based on what you described, it's either your age is where you're losing points or your level of education where you're losing points, which both of these factors are hard to change easily, right? Basically, if you already maxed out your English, your work experience also already like pretty much maxed out. As long as those two factors are maxed out and you don't see that it's happening, then you have to consider like actual alternatives. So alternatives would be either to qualify under one of the targeted draws, as Eve explained earlier in the summit. And if you didn't see it, you can go on YouTube and watch that session, because targeted draws is like literally a backdoor to, you know, to getting a PR. It's not easy, but it's definitely easier. Or just consider alternatives to express entry altogether. Because with 475 points and no pathways to actually tangibly increase those scores, because realistically you probably need extra 50 points, right? Or extra 35 points or something like that. And without any pathway, like mathematical pathway to increase that, I don't want you to sit in a pool and bang your head against the wall. I would rather invest your energy into looking for alternative alternatives to that, right? So yeah, sometimes it, Carolina says she's 35 years old and she has bachelor's degree. Well, another thing is just make sure you're calculating your points correctly. 35 is not, you're not losing that many points at 35. Like still you are losing some, but like not that many. And bachelor degrees is still like very solid education, obviously. So so make sure you're calculating it correctly, which may be the case. Maybe 475 is correct, but I think just sometimes a lot of people, yes, go increase your score. In your case, may be worthwhile looking into actual alternatives. So yeah, I feel bad, but you know, it's just, it is what it is. All right.
I can take another question, Olena.
Yeah.
I see electrical. I'm Benson, 41. I want to become an electrician in Canada. How can this dream become a reality? So it depends. You are a professional electrician in your own country. So it's a trade skill. You would need to check in which province you want to reside and work. You would have to have license. Then maybe it would be, you need to meet trades. I don't remember how many hours, thousands of hours you have to have experience to be able to take licensing exam. So first of all, you need to decide which province you wish to live. And again, Canadian style resume, maybe you would be able to apply and obtain a job. Maybe I'm not saying it's easily possible, but if you get trade certificate, then I believe you would be able to create your pool for trades under the express entry, and let's say you would be invited under Ontario PNP, maybe, but we would have to sit down and analyze your education, how many years you have of experience, how many hours you, what is your English level, because you would have to take this test in English and come to Canada and take the licensing test. And that when you have license, that would be easier. So, and again, you would have to check again province and what are the requirements under the trades in that province, what are the requirements.
All right, let's finish this session with a speculation question. Those who work, because everybody likes asking, like, well, is this good points? Is this not good points? So those who work with ONP, so the person is asking for ONP skilled trades, is 411 points enough? And what are my chances? What do you guys think? Anyone?
Right.
I was reading the question and I missed what you were reading.
No, it's a question from Sejan. So 411 points for ONP skilled trades. Is that enough? And what are the chances?
I am not really familiar with OIMP. So
Yeah, you're in Alberta.
I'm out.
So yeah, Alberta. So I'm not expecting. Dalia, you do ONP.
I do OPS, yes, I do. But the thing is, OPS skilled trades at 4 cannot answer you. Cannot.
Well, the thing is, the problem is that ONP, like any PNP really in Canada, got completely like just killed in 2025.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter which province it is. I think it's only Newfoundland is the only province that is actually functioning in terms of PNP. All other provinces are not functioning because basically all the quotas have been killed, and we're just not expecting much to happen. Up to the date, so today is April 29th, we've received 4 invitations to apply on ONP. I mean, the province of Ontario issued 4 invitations to apply. By this day last year, it was close to 30,000 invitations to apply, not 4. 4 and 30,000, that's very different. So going back to the question, I think ONP skilled trades at 411 points, under normal circumstances would be very good. But under the circumstances when ONP just doesn't accept any applications, they don't issue any invitations. Obviously, the number of people like yourself, Sejan, is accumulating in that pool. So when ONP will start drawing people, the points probably will be high. It's still good, 411 for trades. Honestly, it's still good. But if there is any room to increase the points, then definitely, yes, I would increase. But this year, I honestly don't have high hopes on ONP at all. So I would not even...
On any PMPs, because all EMPs were minimized half.
All of them. I think Saskatchewan is
yes.
like, yeah, all of them. BC is like said like, okay, like we just shut down for the year. Like all the PNPs already announced that they're like not doing well this year because of government quota, like federal government quota. So yeah, that's a reality. And it depends on your situation, Sejan. It may be worthwhile, honestly, just wait it out. Sometimes it may be a valid strategy to wait it out. But if you have your work permit expiring or you want to get things sooner, then it makes sense to re-strategize. Because that's what I talk about a lot, is that if your strategy is PNP, then in 2025, it's time to re-strategize because that strategy is no good anymore. So yeah, that's the reality. We got a lot of French speakers today. I did not expect that. A lot of people that I can see asking like French related questions, and yeah, it's great because you guys French speakers have great chances.
I can try to answer Olena Galaxy note question. So the question in the description, it says, my question is, how do I connect my professional work experience and write my CV? I want to apply for the health domain. I need your advice. Thank you for your patience in reading this. So what you need to do is you need to connect every single job title. You need to connect with the job, with the no code. Adjust that no code to your duties and responsibilities specific to your current position, because you cannot copy. You can copy, but you need to adjust that no code, and that's how you should prepare your Canadian resume. And maybe it depends. You want to apply under immigration, yes, for immigration or for the job program. Do I have, I think, birth nutrition? Okay, so no, so that's my advice for you is you need to find the no code. What is no code for the lecturer? What is your no code? Started my professional business and working on it last 2 years. What is the professional business? A business is a business. You are an entrepreneur, but what are your duties in your business? What do you do? And that's your duties and responsibilities will define your no code. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good, guys. All right, guys. Well, we still have 2 days to go. So each day is going to end with the 1-hour Q&A session. So if you didn't get the answers to your questions today, you can come tomorrow. We're going to be doing it for the next 2 days. The recording, everybody's asking, the recording will be available. I will be sending everybody emails in a bit. So you can rewatch it if you need to. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for joining. All the links will be sent to you. If you want to book any consultations with any of us or any of the speakers, please do so. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Please don't forget that tomorrow we will be talking about spousal open work permits, just generally, LMIA work permits, LMIA exempt work permits, postgraduate work permits. So all of the work permit stuff is going to happen tomorrow, and just temporary residence. And then the third day, we will be talking about all the alternatives for those who have lower scores or who are looking into pilot programs, our NIP, new programs, and PNP programs as well. I've seen some questions about PNPs here. So we're going to talk about that on the third day. So thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, our panelists. Thank you for your time, for taking time out of your busy schedules. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for another full day of sessions. And we have different speakers tomorrow. So thank you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Great event.
Thank you.